That's right, folks. It's me. And this is Z Show. And I'm your host, Z. Funny enough. Welcome. Greetings. Lovely people. Yes, it is a great tune. Certain tunes just they're iconic at this point. That's one of them. Pure imagination. Made a bunch of renditions of the Willy Wonka story at this point. A bunch of movies now. There was the Gene Wilder version. Then there was that weird Johnny Depp version, which is strange. I think that might have been a Tim Burton production, but I'm not sure. And now there's a new one with that Timothy Chalamet, I think his name is. Cool name for an actor, by the way. A lot of Wonka movies. Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory. They're all basically similar names, slightly different. Charlie and the Chocolate Factory, which I think might have been the name of the book originally. I don't know. I forget the author of the book. Somebody will know. It's easy to look up. He wrote like a number of books. I think he wrote like The Little Prince and other things. I used to remember, but not so much anymore. Maybe his name was Dal or something. Not Dali, like the painter, but like Dal. It's easy to find. I'm not going to Google it. Yep. I was right. Jor, but Dal. So he has a number of books. Like I said, The Little Prince, which was made into a really weird movie. I actually reviewed parts of the Little Prince movie on my show like months ago. And they took my stream down in the middle of it. I guess I was playing too much of it. So yeah, The Little Prince, Charlie and the Chocolate Factory, and others. Maybe The Friendly Giant or something like that, which was again made into a movie. Or the BFG, Big Friendly Giant, something like that. Pretty creative guy. Yeah, BFG. Joe knows. Oh yeah, and James and the Giant Peach. Prolific. I have some children's books that I want to write, but I haven't done it yet. I haven't found the time or the energy or the inclination to do so yet. Maybe someday. One of the books I want to write is about a cat, like a house cat, who goes outside and gets lost, and then he finds his way back home. You know, stories about morality, things like that. They're good for kids. I don't know. Do kids read anymore? Do parents read to their kids? I don't even know. It just seems like they give them like either a smartphone or some type of tablet. And the kids just like play with that all day. Video games. It's like I keep saying, who needs imagination in this day and age? There's no need for it. Just people think for you, and then you just kind of play into it. Really weird. Heidi wants me to write the book. Yeah, it's a good story. Although I don't know if it's like an original story that I made up in my head, or it's like a story that somebody read me when I was a child. I'm not sure. But it's about a cat that gets lost, and then, like I said, he finds his way home in a particular way. Whatever. Who knows? It's almost like there's no longer even an opportunity for creativity, or for one's creativity to be rewarded, reimbursed. Um, Everything just seems like an insider system production anymore. So I don't even know. Like, where's the creativity? Are people even like writing music anymore, writing songs? I imagine just AI is going to do everything from here on out. Well, at least we still have the old music. We still have the old tunes, the good stuff. There's enough like music, movies, artwork, paintings to occupy somebody for a lifetime. There's no need for like anything new at this point. Like, there's so much to learn. There's so much history. There's so much art. So, okay, big deal. People aren't creative anymore. I should just get over it. There's enough great art that exists in this world anyway. So much of it too. But it is like amazing. You look at these Renaissance artists, these like these sculptures and things. They're absolutely amazing. Now, I have a suspicion that there was technology employed that maybe we're just not aware of. And I do think our history was messed with in massive ways. So I'm not completely sold on, the great genius that apparently was so prominent in antiquity. Again, even these like the architecture, the engineering that we see, to me, it evidences high level technology. So I'm not like, like say like Da Vinci or Michelangelo, these characters, and so many others. Some people think that these sculptures, these incredibly detailed and intricate sculptures that we see, some people think they're actually like, let's say, petrified humans, or humans that were in some way turned to stone or marble, some weird kind of like device, or who knows, weapon. I've seen theories on that, and that gets way out there in terms of theories. Because the detail in some of these statues is astounding, really. RT says there's a thriving music scene in Georgia. Right on, RT. Talk about a subgenre right there. RT's up on the thriving music scene in Athens, Georgia. Talk about a niche. Harmon's suggesting I check out the band High Ren. Yeah, you mentioned them before. Like High, H-I, and then Ren, R-E-N. He said, I know you're not afraid to learn new stuff. Yeah, I'll check it out. Yeah, I'm okay with new stuff. I'm ready for new stuff too. I mean, I know I just said like I'm okay with old stuff, but there's got to be new creative things out there. I'm looking for like new creative things to even do with my life. I don't really need like adventure and things like that, but I need a little bit of pizzazz in my life. The humdrum's a bit old, and Lord knows the people who are like just around, they're not very interesting. So I need to kind of like make my own stuff up. It's one of the reasons why I do the show, man. Is just people are just excessively dull and boring and lame anymore. I don't know. Maybe it's just they're all getting older as I'm getting older. So, and I just like maybe never lost this like youthful zeal and zest I have. But most people are just dull. I'm like, oh man, sucks being you. Like, fuck. Who knows? Chrissy Lee Dolls is basically saying I should learn to crochet. Yeah, I don't see that happening, Christy. But good on you. Good luck with it. Mitchell wants me to learn to play frisbee golf. Well, I would be inclined towards frisbee golf, much more than regular golf. I find regular golf to be somewhat insufferable. Probably because I suck so bad. Maybe if I was better, I'd like it more. But I've done frisbee golf. I've done the frisbee golf thing. It's kind of cool. And he said you'll meet some cool folks. I don't know. I never really meet cool folks. Mitch, are you like meeting cool people? If so, like maybe, let me in on some of your secrets. Because like in my mind, I'll go somewhere and like meet cool people, and it doesn't seem to happen. Maybe it's me. Maybe there's really not that many cool people. Or maybe if there is a bunch of cool people, they really don't want anything to do with me anymore. I don't know. Interestingly enough, faithful listeners, there was a time in my life where I was kind of like, in the cool clique. There was like a window in my life where yours truly was like the life of the party. There was a time. Friends, public events, all kinds of stuff. I don't know. Something happened over the years. RT randomly bringing up Alex Stein and Jeranism. What is that all about, RT? What's the reference? He said, I don't get it, but I look forward to the show. Is there something? Yeah, I don't know what you guys are referencing. Yeah, there's not even much here on the internet. A lot of it's stale. I hold like the content creators that I follow very dearly, and I value them because so much of it's just like fluff and trash. It's like we were saying before, most of it's AI at this point. It's just like AI pumping out like meaningless drivel in my YouTube feed. I'm like, what is this? Stop it. The other thing I get a lot in my YouTube feed is like auditor videos, like police auditing videos. Interestingly enough, a couple random auditor videos that I got on my homepage that I kind of perused, they featured one Joe Cool. That's right, the Joe Cool that we know, many of us know, from these YouTube panels. So Joe Cool's like a somebody like in the auditing community. Like I was watching a big channel, had like 200,000 subscribers, and they were showing an old Joe Cool video in Chicago, I think, or somewhere, where he was basically giving the cops a hard time. And they were referencing his iconic Joe Cool laugh, which is funny. I'm like, oh, look at Joe. I know he's got a bunch of subscribers and stuff, but yeah, don't judge me. She says she's getting a bunch of auditor videos. That makes two of us. Now, I don't know if it's just the algorithm, but it's almost artificially pushed. It's kind of like it gives me an insight maybe into, certain agendas. Like, why are they pushing this auditor stuff on me? But then in the other video, it'd be like from the cop side, and they're always conflicting. Like, according to every cop video that I get on my feed, like you basically need to ID a cop if he asks for it. If the cop says, I need to see your ID for whatever reason, you're apparently obliged to do it. If you ask the auditors, there's very few reasons a cop should be allowed to force you to identify. And it's funny, like, because they both have completely different views, but that makes sense. It almost seems like they're engineering some weird dialectic where they want people to fight. They want the animosity. They want the push-pull. So strange. Rule by Saturn says he's in Chicago acting a fool. Yeah. He just rolls up on these cops and just starts fucking busting their balls. Joe, if you're listening, you're a little aggressive, like, for my taste. Like, I'm all about like what Joe does with the auditing and keeping these peace enforcers straight. But Joe's a little, he's a little hot with these guys. But I don't know. I'm not him. I'm not out there doing it. So much respect, but there's ways to approach it. I think we need to take the high road with all these people. Somebody has to do it. It's like Talcott and I were talking about yesterday. Was that yesterday? It seems like a million years ago. Each day seems like a million years. Somebody's got to take the high road, because it seems like this conflict that we see everywhere, it seems purposeful. It seems like they're doing this to us. They want us to fight. I'm over it. I'm frankly bored of it. It's boorish. I'm tired of it, man. What's Mitch say? Because I know Mitch deals with these policy enforcers on a semi-frequent basis. Mitch says, I'm against it. I'm all for recording your interactions, but not for sensational manufactured drama views. I see what you're getting, Mars. So Mitch is basically saying, like, if you're in a situation in which you find yourself interacting with the policy enforcers, to record it. But what Mitch is saying is, like, the auditors, like the new thing is, like, the auditors, they'll walk into like a like a police department parking lot, and they'll just like go and just start recording like into the police cruisers, and oh god, the cops get so pissed off. They get so mad. But the reality is, I understand what the auditors are doing. They're making a point. They're standing up against tyranny, and they're ensuring not only that people know their rights, but that the cops learn the rights. Because here's the thing, Mitchell. It appears that these cops are not trained properly at all on people's rights. They like skip that whole part. They're just trained how to protect their own ass. They're trained on, basically as kind of like they're like modern day taxmen. They have their quotas, or, ticket quotas and things, but they're not trained on upholding people's rights. So I can see both sides of it. But these cops are out of control. They're very trigger happy. I mean, how many videos are we going to see where these cops just waste people that it's unnecessary? I saw one the other day. Like I said, I'm pretty sure YouTube's pushing it on me, but I watch it. So it's one of the biggest things I watch. So maybe it is just about responding to my, watching habits. But so many I see, it's like they'll show up to like some situation where somebody's maybe having a mental problem, or they're having some kind of breakdown, disturbance. And the one I saw was like a woman in her house, and the cops came up to do a wellness check, and she was in her house, and she was just ran towards the window. There was a window in between the cops, and she had a knife in her hand, and two cops just wasted her, and I'm like, that's beyond the pale. Where's the discretion? Very strange. So, but again, I just think this is being engineered. Remember the Black Lives Matter stuff and in Chicago and other cities where it almost seems like they were just stoking like emotions and on both sides of the issue. So this is too much to me. I don't know what's going on, but what's Rose saying? Rose says, Sarah, I haven't heard of it. Maybe Z will cover it in the news and I'll auto hoax it. I wonder what she's referencing. What did Sarah say? Sarah said, did you see the shooting at 5 Points in Philly? Story sounds sus to me. No, I haven't seen it. Maybe it'll be in the national news when I cover it later, like Rose says. But yeah, I know where 5 Points is, basically. Or I think I know where you're referencing in Philly, but it's either West or North Philly, likely. But a lot of it's sus. Who knows what's real and what's fake at this point? Unlike Rose, I'm not an auto hoaxer. I know Rose auto hoaxes, which she's probably correct, but I'm not there yet. It's too like RV for me, Rose. It's too like numerology. Everything's. I haven't gone there. Yeah, Sarah said North Philly, Northeast. Got it. And Rose said, I just texted RV to ask him when his video's coming out. Yeah, funny. Yeah, Rose is like on that next level of trutherdom. She's not buying any of it at all. And I don't know. I've just seen too much in my life to auto hoax everything. Like I said, I worked in a hospital in a major U.S. city, and I've seen a lot of stuff go down. Like I've seen, like, you know, on the news, like the shootings, and then, you know, I've seen the helicopters come in with the victims, and then I've seen the victims. You know what I mean? So, yeah, I just don't auto hoax. Even the whole CV thing, the whole COVID thing, I don't auto hoax COVID. I don't know what it was. Because it appeared people got sick. You know. I'm not saying it was to the level that they were making it, but so, which I think is good for me. Because I'm able to like maintain like some point of an open mind with stuff. Well, I know Harmon. RT has to admit that my show's better than most of the shows here. Even RT, who's reluctant with his praise, has to admit that the Z show is, you know, on the better end of YouTube shows. I just give it to you, look, because Z show's about me. That's it. It's about what I'm into. It could be anything. Right now, like I'm in the Christy Lee dolls. I got to admit, Rose, ever since you informed Christy Lee dolls that she was allowed back to my show and now she's here, she's fucking distracted me for the last 3 shows. Seeing her in chat, I see her face and it like triggers something with me. It's not good for me. Rose said RV just sent me a voice message. It's funny, Rose. I was going to play a clip from RV tonight. I decided not to. I scrapped it. Because it was too much RV. I didn't want to just play his shit. He was going off about, you know, controlled media, Alex Jones. He was going off about that guy, Mark Dice. And how there's like controlled opposition and paid shills in the media. But again, he's back to the hand signals, and he's back to like, you know, everybody's throwing hand signals all the time. So Rose and RV resonate in a lot of levels. Like I said, I'm not quite like on that tier. And like, I'm always distracted. Like even this Sarah Breslin, you know, and Sarah, like with you, I try to keep it above board because like, I know you're married to Jeebus Crisp. I don't know his real name. I just call him Jeebus Crisp. You know, so like I try not to be inappropriate with Sarah because he seems like he's kind of hot headed. I don't want to piss him off. I think I pissed him off in the past. He wasn't too happy with me, so I try to keep it level with Sarah. But even Sarah, like the times I, his name's Grant. Got it. I'll try to remember that. Grant. Even when I've seen Sarah, I'm like, oh, with the librarian glasses, I'm like, she's kind of cute, even more than kind of cute. But apparently she's with Grant. So I'm like, okay, let me just kind of keep it in my pants a little bit. So I'll just kind of just, you know, be a lech and simp for Christy Lee dolls. I know Christy Lee dolls is like a safe simping like zone for me. She appears to have like no responsible like men in her life, which is probably your biggest issue, Christy. You're kind of just out there floating in the breeze. Like I said to you the other night, you need some kind of like influence in your life, some type of like paternal influence. I'm just saying. Angela said, RV made fun of my dead friend. Who? Mac? Angela? Was it Mac? I bet it was. Yeah, it's going to be Mac. I know who she's talking about. Gary says, greetings, flat folks. Geez, Gary, did you jump into the flat earth world that quickly? When did you tip, Gary? When did you tip into it? Apparently, that seems to be one of the main purviews of the Z show, is to kind of bring people into flat earthiness. Who would have thought? Look, he said, you got me, Z. I'm going to add you to my list, Gary Baxter. I keep like a notch, like above my bedpost of everybody I've converted. I'm going to have to put a notch in for you. I have a notch for Steve, the head motherfucker in charge in that one. And I'm working on that don't judge me. Because like I said, she just mistakenly found her way here at Z Show. Like Alice when she stumbled down the rabbit hole. Who knows? Maybe don't judge me. I'll flip the flat earth. It's weird how it happens. But again, I mean, this isn't, you know, like this is self-interested in a lot of ways, especially with the ladies. Not so much you, Gary, but because I know there's not a lot of flat earth ladies. So I'm trying to create flat earth ladies for myself because I don't want to coexist with a globie. That happened in my marriage and it was a bad thing. It wasn't even about the globe. I remember because my wife is like the ultimate normie. My ex-wife, sorry. What's Flow State saying? Flow State comes in. Look, he says simp in the danger zone. Flow State could smell simping happening across the metaverse. His alarm went off. Like like a buzzer went off and like a red flashing light that alerted Flow State that Z was simping. So he had to show up and keep me in check. But anyway, where was I? Yeah, my ex-wife was not into anything like any of the things that any of us are into. And was my bad. Like I got married like thinking that'd be fine. Turns out it wasn't. I remember we were driving in the car. Yeah, don't judge me, he's laughing. I remember we were driving in the car not long after we just got married. And I brought up 9/11. Or she brought up 9/11. I forget what it was. It might have been 9/11. It probably was. And I remember being like, oh, yeah. I'm like, yeah, you think that was like 19 guys with box cutters? And I remember she flipped out on me. She's like real patriotic. She's like one of those people. Like she just buys the whole thing. Whatever. Fine. But my fault. I should have known better. And I remember she just looked at me and she was like, don't ever bring that up again, ever. And I remember in my head, I was like, oh, this is going to be bad. This is not going to work out. I knew I'd fucked up. Roll by Saturn says, sucks Z. Yeah. Dude, I knew I fucked up right away. Like instinctively, I was like, oh shit, this sucks. And And then my second indication that things weren't going to work is because we were discussing, potentially like, having kids, which we discussed before we got married. Like that was the plan. And she kind of went along with it. And that's the thing. And this is a lesson for guys and dolls, is that I'm like blaming it all on myself because I want to take responsibility. But in reality, like she kind of played along with like my whole thing up until like the day we were married. And then after we were married, she's like, well, if we're going to have a kid, she's like, I'm not breastfeeding. And I was like, wait a second. We talked about this. I thought we talked about this like on like more than 2 occasions about like breastfeeding and how kind of like I think that's important. And she was like, no, I'm not doing it. So now what? And that was the second indication after the 9/11 thing. I was like, oh, this is bad. This is not going to work. And then the final nail in the coffin, the proverbial nail in the coffin, was when the whole COVID thing hit. And I've told the story in my show before. I'll tell it again. Is she walked up to me one day, and this is a couple weeks into the COVID thing, and her direct quote to me was, "I love Dr. Fauci," and she was serious. Like because she's a nurse and she's in healthcare like I was, so she was buying into the whole thing, and I obviously wasn't. And I remember she said, "Oh." She said, there's a bakery maybe 20 minutes away. Here's what she said to me. I swear to God. Yeah, Flow State. Flow State. She said, there's a bakery 20 minutes away. I want to go. She goes, they make Dr. Fauci cupcakes and I want to go get one. And I looked at her. I said, what? She just said, I love Dr. Fauci. And I was just like, okay. And, well, that was it. So weird. What Harmon, are you giving Rose shit in the chat? Oh, because Harmon says Rose is name dropping with RV. And then Harmon says, would it be name dropping for me if I said I received an email from Eric Dubay? Well, first of all, Harmon, Rose name drops, but not in the way that you might be insinuating. Rose name drops because she's actually involved with all these people. And she's a busybody. But Harmon, I know you're just basically want to brag to me and everybody else that Dubay dropped you an email. Hey, Harmon, how's this? Okay, if you're in contact with Dubay, get him on my show. It's time for the Z Dubay interview. I'm collecting interviews. He's on my list. He's like the white whale of flat earth interviews. He seems like he's very like discriminating on who he allows to interview him and who he interviews. But he interviewed that fucking Dr. Kelly Brogan. No surprise. Harmon, what are the odds that Eric Dubay either has or will engage in some type of intercourse sexually with one Dr. Kelly Brogan? I'm going to give it a 50-50 chance. A 50-50 chance that Dubay is going to do some Karma Sutra tantric weird shit with Dr. Kelly Brogan. She seems like she's into it. Although I think I'm more suitable for Dr. Kelly on a sexual level because I don't know like how dominant Dubay would be. Like I would fuck Dr. Kelly's day up. Like I wouldn't be like against like roughing her up a little bit, and she would love it too. I wouldn't be afraid to draw a little bit of blood, punch her in the face, tie her up. She seems to be way into the bondage S&M stuff. Just go to her page. So I don't know if Dubay would get into all that shit, but what do I know? Dr. Kelly, if you're listening, I would fuck you up in a sexual way. Yeah. Should I play, Doctor? Should I play Dr. Kelly? I don't know. Maybe later. Her videos keep coming through my feed. This fucking Dr. Kelly. Hey, Dr. Kelly, I would fuck you up. He says, yeah, you are a better match by far. Yeah. She's a closet freak. Harmon, she's not even a closet freak. I could right now go on her page and pull up all her S&M shit. She's so fucking weird. All right, let's get the show started. I better watch out. MFT's wondering if Dubé likes the Thai lady boys. That's not nice, MFT. We're pro Dubé here. Don't make me bust out my Eric Dubé impression on everybody. All right. Let's get the show off the ground. All right, I want my audience to vote. Nah, maybe not. Maybe I'll leave it. All right, no, I want you guys to vote. So it's Friday, and I almost didn't come on today because it's Friday. But you guys seem to have showed up. So put a 1 in the chat if you want me to keep Friday shows. So I'll do my Monday through Friday. Put a 2 in the chat if you're okay with me scrapping the Friday show. I want to get a response from you guys. Because if you put a bunch of 2s, I'll be like, okay, maybe I'll think about scrapping the Friday show. But if I see a bunch of 1s, I'll be like, okay, no, they want the Friday show. Rebecca just says every day's Friday here. But my suspicion is that the voting will be skewed because, like many things that require voting and involve voting, usually the most motivated people are the ones that vote. The ones who don't fucking care usually abstain. So maybe this will be skewed. Let me see what you guys are saying. I know I'm seeing a shitload of 1s, but DJM says Friday night is popular. Yeah, all right. She said if you scrap Friday, you can do Saturday instead. No. I'm not doing Saturday and Sunday anymore. The question is Friday or no Friday, not like Friday plus something. I'm not doing a morning show, Mateo, as much as you keep asking me. It's not about you. MFT says, 2, scrap the show and go make a flat earth woman on Fridays. Right. I could fuck these chicks after the show, but I get what you're saying, MFT. Buddy Stowe said, look at Z trying to get a day off. No, I get the weekends off. Flow State says, we have nothing to lose by demanding more. Yeah, it's up and down, Flow State. Flow State, I don't know if you've noticed, but this week, everybody in the panel versus numbers took like a 20 or 30% hit, Flow State. Everybody, which is uncanny. We'll see how they play out over time, but everybody's numbers are steady, like with slight undulations up and down. And this week, everybody took a hit. I think they fucked with the algorithm, but I just wonder if anybody's. Nuba said 2, go have some fun. It's not about fun, Nuba. But I appreciate that. Yeah, the 1s win. The 1s win. I'll keep the 5 days a week. Somebody said something about Jaren being on. Harmon's still going off of that. Look, Flow State said it. He said, I noticed my streams haven't gotten over 1K this week. Flow State. You see? I'm glad I asked you. Because here's the thing, Flow State. I had 100 people here last night. And every time I peek out at 100 people at least, I know what my numbers are. And my numbers were down for yesterday's stream like 30 to 40%. So something's going on, dude. I know something's going on. Interesting you said that. And I've been checking on other creators, and they said the same thing. And Flow State said, normally I'd have at least 1 over 1K. Right. So it could be a lot of things, Flow State, but I'm just seeing, like, RT says on Fridays you could do an earlier Friday show. No, I can't do earlier, man. RT, like, I do stuff. Like, I'm not retired. I don't sit home all day. I just don't tell you guys what I do for, like, my livelihood. RT. I'm not going at you, RT. I'm just responding to your comment. I no longer tell, like, YouTube, like, how I make my living, my livelihood, what I do during the day. People got too stalky with me. So they were too up in my business. So I don't do it anymore. But I'm busy. Like, I was busy all day today. So Flow State, exactly. 100 live almost always converts to 1K total. Not this week. Yeah, Flow State. So, all right. So now I know something happened, Flow State. So Marley said, we already know you're not a lizard. What? I'm not a lizard. Weird. All right, let's do the show. Hola, folks. I feel like I'm a little too close to the camera tonight, even more close than usual. Greetings. Official opening now. Come on, everybody. Good evening, everybody. Greetings and salutations. You found your way back to Z Show. That's right. It's the end of the rainbow, the bottom of the rabbit hole. And as always, we are broadcasting live and in living color around the level, horizontal, topographical plane that we call Earth. Much love, everybody. It's a Friday show. As always, we're going to have a great time, but Friday always has a certain vibe. It just does. It's just something in the air. That's my problem with the days of the week. They have a vibe, and I don't like that. It shouldn't be like that. Why does Friday have a vibe? I don't know. Why does Monday have a sucky vibe? It shouldn't be like that. It's just another day. They fucked with us. Anyway, let's get on with it. Strap in, everybody. As always, it's going to be a fun ride. Who's here? Who's here? Lex and Amada, much love. Somewhere in time, lovely lady Jay, good to see you. RT in the house. Jay Marley, Britt, Rebecca Joe, much love. Mr. Flow State, Don McRon in the house. Somewhere in time. Lex and Amada just says MAGA. Don't judge me. She said you should do a poll for people that don't comment. Good point, don't judge me. Mars Life, Mitch, much love. Mateo says, what did you have for supper? Mateo, we're not just going to do this thing every show where you just ask me what I eat. That's not content, dude. That's not content. The answer is bread. I had bread again. I don't like eating bread, but it's simple. I was working. I had bread. I dipped the bread in olive oil with a little bit of salt. And I had some Italian cheese that I just sliced off, like provolone, sharp provolone cheese. That was my dinner. Nothing exciting. It is what it is. I don't care. Harmon said you should cut out Friday for the summertime. I don't know. Maybe Harmon. I don't know. I'm thinking about it. I'm not sure. MFT in the house. Gary Baxter, much love. Again, Sarah Breslin and her lovely husband, whatever you said his name is. What did you say your husband's name is? I don't know. You just said it and I already forgot, Sarah. It's weird that I'm trying to block your husband out of my mind because I just want to think of you and those damn librarian glasses. Sorry, Jeebus. He's always going to be Jeebus to me. Much love, though. 3 fingers in the house, shadow and light, Queen of Swords, Nuba from the land of Aussie, Buddy Stoic, Angela Baby Carson, and Emilios, man, and so many more. All right, y'all. We'll see what tonight has in store for us. You never know. You never know who's going to pop up on Z's show. Last night we had Mr. Talcott up here. And as always, he was very Talcottian in his presence. We also last night had Mr. London Man. And of course, we had one Mr. Smith W., who, for anybody who was listening, I'm going to ask you the question. Were you as concerned about Smith as I was and currently am? I don't like to see people in distress, and he's obviously a man in distress. Smith, this seems to be a continuing theme for you, good sir. I hope you're okay. I hope you get the help you need if you need help. And if you want to come up and talk about it, Smith, come up and talk about it. Okay, your mom got diagnosed with cancer and your aunt died. But you took the opportunity to get shit-faced wasted on a weekday, which you normally don't do, and then came up here and projected your anger and fury out on me and my whole audience. Maybe you'll come up and explain yourself, Mr. Smith W. Hopefully. Either way, I have some truthiness in store for you guys in a few moments. But in the meantime, let's listen to the musical stylings of Mr. Chief Crow and the Flat Earthworms. Haven't played this in a while, so we're due for it. Much love, everybody. More Z Show in a bit. Don't go anywhere. God, this is such a catchy song. Brings back memories. Some people think I'm secretly Chief Crow. I assure you I'm not.
I'm on the edge, I'm taking up the mic in the boundary, powered up by some kind of free energy. All the hooks, the boss flag of the universe. I'm on the airship, mapping out the coastline of the earth, casting through the cloud, it's an elephant with the birds. I'm on the airship, I'm a candy with the bottom with the velvet, over the castles of Tartaria, and to the palm trees of Antarctica. I'm on the airship, mapping out the coastline of the earth, soaring through the skies in Anatolia. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now floating in space.
Everybody. That was Chief Crow and the Flat Earth Worms. Definitely talented. Much love. Gotta love the Flat Earthers. What a strange community we are, the Flat Earthers. P.S. guys, that's why I'm here. It was Flat Earth that made me go, okay, all right. People need to hear this. So keep making fun of us, keep calling us flirts, keep calling us what you want. Turns out we're not going away. Really. Sorry. Too bad for people who would like otherwise. It's just a thing, all right? But we need more Flat Earth ladies. And I've said this. Young ladies. Now, okay, we know there's a bunch of ladies, but not really a lot of younger ladies. Let's admit it. And there's a lot of lovely women, but just not, not the ones that are going to be like pumping out like babies and stuff. These Flat Earth guys need women. And not only that, they need a harem. They need harems. I said it the other day. Every major Flat Earth content creator needs a harem, including me. Damn it. But I'm not stingy. I'll extend that same thought to other Flat Earth creators. Like Austin Whitsitt, he needs a harem. Okay, Austin, maybe you're married. I don't know what your deal is. Who knows what Austin's up to? But he needs a harem. Even that fucking Jaren needs a harem. Oh, Z, Jaren's married. I know. So what? He still needs a harem. Harems all around. For Flat Earth content. If you're out here doing Flat Earth stuff, you need a harem. Right, Undoctrinated says, Z, where's mine? It's all right. You too, Nuba. Harems all around. The reality is it sucks being a guy because what happens is all the Flat Earth ladies, see, here's all right, am I going to do this? Yeah, I'll do it. Here's what happens. Women, especially in this day and age, probably throughout time, are much more willing to share a successful, high-powered, high-status man with resources than to settle for like one dedicated simp who really doesn't have shit going. That's why harems work. That's why everybody can't have them. So you have like Austin Whitsitt. He's like King Dingaling of Flat Earth. Well, Jaren's King Dingaling of Flat Earth, more literally than metaphorically, but I don't want to go there. But like a Whitsitt. So all the Flat Earth bitches are going to flock to Whitsitt. There's going to be like 10, 15, 20 bitches. We saw it the other night. Christy Lee Dawes admitted, even that Cadence admitted it. So all the women flock to the successful guys. And then there's like 5% of guys that get all the women. And that leaves 90% of like the other guys, like the average guys, the bell curve guys, that are basically left for like the scraps. And you see this throughout society. I mean, I'm just pointing to the Flat Earth community, but just go in any dating app. Just look around, everybody, in the so-called hookup culture. 5 to 10% of the guys are basically sleeping with 90% of the women. Straight up. No, Heidi, you keep saying I'm wrong about this. Every time I bring this up, Heidi says I'm wrong. I'm not wrong, Heidi. You just want me to be wrong. I'm actually 100% correct. Yeah, Mateo just laughs because he knows it's true. Buddy Stoic says the fat scraps. Well, see, the good news for me, Buddy Stoic, is I don't mind, I don't mind, like, say, a curvy woman. I actually prefer it if you want to know the truth. I'm lucky like that. Who knows? It might just be a fetish, but either way, I'm fine with it. So that bodes well for me. Because I don't care, really, about, like, I don't care. Like, the chick, if you're in my life and you're a chick, you don't need to go to the gym. I don't care about that. I don't care what you do. I don't mind when women are curvaceous. It's all coolio with me. But anyway, where was I? Harems. Certain people need harems. stables, so to speak. All right, let's get into some stuff here. Let's get into some topics. All right, so
something bad.
Yeah, let's get into something a little strange, a little light, a little goofy. It is Friday. So I'm not going to hit you with like flat earth math on a Friday. We're not going to talk about like perspective, angular resolution, convergence, divergence. We'll keep it light on Friday. I'm learning that. I'm learning the tricks of the trade of broadcasting. You got to go with the flow, go with the vibe. So, as you guys know, yours truly, me, the Zetetic Warrior, I'm a bit of like a jester. I'm a bit of like a clown, like a goof. You guys know that. It's kind of quite obvious, right? It almost goes without saying. I mean, you don't have to be mean about it, everybody, but it's just the truth. And it kind of had me thinking, like, what are clowns? Like, where did this idea of clowns come from? These goofy beings that seem to be seen throughout, like, culture, entertainment, plays, and now these movies and stuff. So what's the deal with clowns? And I've even talked before on my show right here where when people engage in certain psychedelic plants, they're called entheogens. People often report seeing these weird jester, gremlin, clown-like beings. For people who followed me for a long time, you may know my story. One of the things that kind of really impacted my life in a huge way. I was younger. This was, I would say, 20 years ago at this point, probably more than 20 years. And I was participating in this, it's called psychedelic plant medicine. And I was basically introduced and encountered certain gremlin, jester, clown-like beings. And they were laughing at me. Evil, sardonic, jester clowns were laughing at me. I might as well tell the whole story. I told it before, but I back in the days when like head shops, smoke shops were like less regulated, and they used to have what's called salvia divinarum, and you could just buy it at a head shop. And it's a psychedelic plant medicine from like Central and South America, prominent in ancient like shamanic traditions. And again, it's called salvia. It's a type of sage or something like that. So I purchased it, and it used to be like this extreme concentration of it. You can get like 30x, 50x, 100x. Yeah, Flow States remember salvia. They don't have it anymore, Flow State, because of what happened to me. Flow State, I understand why they don't have it anymore. So I was a dumb kid, and I had heard about it from somebody. So I went to the smoke shop down the street, and I bought the strongest salvia they had. And I looked it up online. Mateo says it's garbage. Kind of, Mateo. It's pretty whack. So, and online it said, what you got to do is you got to pack it in a like a bong or like a water bong, and take the biggest hit possible. And they said within seconds, like, you'll trip your face off. I was like, really? Could this be? Okay. So I knew what I was doing. Long story short, I get the extract. I had a water bong. It's called a bubbler. You don't see bubblers anymore. It's basically like a bong and a glass piece, like in one. Are there bubblers anymore, guys? I don't see them. I'm calling for the return of the bubbler. It's basically like a bong, but a pipe. So I packed the salvia, and I took the biggest, milkiest hit you could ever take, coughed my brains out. Within 20 seconds, a vortex opened up, and out of it, 3 jester clowns came out of the vortex, grabbed me on my face as they were laughing at me, and started pulling me into the vortex. So I was freaking out. And I was like, what's going on? And I was telling my two friends were there with me. I said, I was screaming at these clowns. And they're like, who are you screaming at? No one's here. I'm like, there's jester clowns. They're gremlins and they're laughing at me. So some years later, I went online to search these clowns. And guess what? Turns out it's a very common experience for people under certain psychedelic states to have these visions of these damn jester clown beings. And there's many kinds of them. Mateo says I call bullshit. Mateo, you're a moron. Don't make me ban you. Your whole life's bullshit, dummy. Yeah, buddy Stoic. Vortex clowns. I'm reading all your stories as I'm going down this. Some people are talking about bubblers and stuff. So it was bad. So anyway, I know that these clowns exist. Many stories from DNT talk about these jester clowns. So let's do a little segment here on clowns, the history of clowns in pop culture, and what they may indeed mean. Let's settle into it, everybody. Much love. He said, describe the clowns. They were more like gremlins. They were more like evil gremlins with like goofy hats like he has on, like these weird hats. I'm going to ban you, Mateo. Stop it. You're distracted me. Let's get into it. I have a presentation here, idiot.
Modern-day clown of the West is a strange history. We can start with the Harlequin, but this is not necessarily a clown just yet. This is just the earliest insertion of a jester into theater. But what's interesting is that it specifically played the role of a demonic or mischievous magician character with supernatural abilities. During the Renaissance period, the Harlequin character began to evolve, marking a significant departure from the traditional jesters and fools that had populated European courts and festivals for centuries. Unlike these
All right, so there was always like jesters and stuff. We know of like the jesters from, depictions of like the Renaissance era and the King's Court. And again, these jester beings, these are beings that you see again on these psychedelic trips, which is fascinating to me. It means that these ancient cultures knew something. Yeah, okay, they didn't have like the 100x Salvia Divinarum that they can go to their local smoke shop and buy and hid in their glass bubbler, but they obviously knew about these plant medicines. These mystery schools had all this stuff. They had the knowledge. They had it occulted. Much of it was gained from past cultures, ancient cultures. They kind of, collected the knowledge and they kept it to themselves. But the elites seem to know about it. It's not an accident that there was jesters and clowns and stuff throughout the medieval period. And also these jester clowns that exist in like the etheric realm, so to speak. That's not a coincidence. Oh, and by the way, I'm kind of like, they mentioned like the Harley Quinn, like the modern Harley Quinn depiction you see like in DC Comics and stuff. Very sexy. Like part of my fantasy is to like dress like Christy Lee dolls up in like a whole clown makeup and make her look like a Harley Quinn, and then pretty much, have my way with her. This is what I think about.
These earlier figures, who primarily served to entertain and amuse with their wit and physical comedy, the Harlequin was imbued with a darker, more occult aura. The Harlequin is a central figure from Commedia dell'arte, an improvisational theater form that emerged in Italy during the 16th century and quickly spread across Europe. Characterized by his vibrant psychedelic patchwork costume of diamond-shaped patterns in his mask, the Harlequin is instantly recognizable for his physical agility and acrobatic skills. Historically, this character served as a comic servant, known for his cunning and cleverness, using wit and mischief to outsmart his masters and pursue his romantic interest, typically the character Columbine. Distinct from traditional jesters and clowns of earlier periods, the Harlequin brought a new dimension to the stage, combining elements of drama, comedy, and a touch of the mysterious. Harlequin was even initiated by a fairy, making it clear that there's a bridge between the worlds of visible theater and hidden occult forces. In the play, Harlequin's Student, or The Fall of the Pantomime, with the restoration of the drama, published 1741, in the last section, Mercury curses Harlequin and his friends, saying, "Down, down to hell from hence you rose," which would hint that the origin of Harlequin is demonic, something that was once well known but has now been forgotten. Commedia dell'arte was a type of theater from Italy that started in the 1500s.
Yeah, Commedia dell'arte from the 1500s, Italy. You see these depictions here. You can see these depictions even today in Italy during things like Carnival, which was, I think, a couple weeks ago. It usually takes place before the season of Lent, which is a Catholic tradition. And you still see these depictions today of this Renaissance era carnival-like characters. God, this stuff's fascinating to me. This idea of the spiritual world, the etheric world, the astral world, these beings that exist seemingly in a different dimensional plane than our physical world, but still right here with us nonetheless. And these characters and how they interact with humanity. And how that humans have known this, which goes back to one of my theories, is that as we keep advancing technologically, we're actually regressing spiritually, emotionally, energetically, consciously, right? That the more technically advanced we become as mankind, the less intuitive, the less conscious and spiritual we become. These two things seem to be inversely correlated, much like I was saying about the loss of our imagination, the loss of the arts now. So there was a time in history where it seemed like mankind was much more in touch with these different entities, and they would express them in different ways.
And lasted until the 1700s. It was primarily directed to the elite circles of society, from outdoor stages to the grand halls of nobility. This tradition marked a revival of theatrical arts in Europe after a period of suppression by the Church, which had deemed such public entertainment morally questionable during the decline of Rome. These troupes, known for their impromptu performances, subtly reintroduced secular theater to a society starved for entertainment, integrating through their acts elements of comedy that traced back to ancient Greek plays. Yet, beneath the surface of humor and improvisation, Commedia dell'arte carried undertones of the occult, catering to an audience that found delight in the more esoteric aspects of its performances. The actors behind their iconic Venetian mask tapped into a repertoire of characters and themes that often skirted the edge of societal norms, infusing their acts with a sense of mystery and forbidden knowledge that appealed to the taste of the elites. This character was not merely a source of laughter. It was a
It makes me think that the Catholic Church, they're so ingenious and so insidious in their ways of control, because it seems like they were playing both sides of culture. So the church was presenting the pious side of humanity, the holier than thou idea of what it is to be, let's say, moral or godly. But at the same time, we're in control and aware of all these occult ritualistic practices and all this this knowledge, this mysterious knowledge, which is weird because we're talking about Italy, Renaissance and pre-Renaissance Italy, the humanistic period, the rise of the humanistic period. Obviously, it was the Catholic Church all the way back then. So it seems like on the one hand, you had Rome and Vatican presenting us with their version of Christianity, but on the other side, they were presenting us this humanistic tradition, this renaissance of basically Roman culture, which was what? Pagan gods, pagan deities, Bacchanalian like rituals, like we see here, Dionysian like rituals. Fascinating the way they were just basically engineering society and culture from both sides.
It was a figure representing a type of demon that evolved from older European legends such as the Wild Man. The main funny character in Commedia dell'arte plays was known as Arlecchino in Italy. This character, famous for wearing a colorful patchwork costume, was also known by different names in other countries. Arlequin in Germany, Harlequin in France and England, and Arlequin in Spain. Each version of the character was unique, but all of them kept the core qualities of being playful, acrobatic, and mischievous. Early stories link Arlecchino to nature spirits and deities that, over time, were seen as demonic in the Christian era. Arlecchino traces back to the legends of the Wild Man, a figure often shown as a giant carrying a club, a symbol of untamed nature and power.
Now, I've seen references to this wild man previously throughout antiquity, this idea of the wild man.
One of the oldest tales tells of a French monk encountering a group known as the Family of Herlichin, described as demonic forces causing chaos, especially during Carnival. This group, also called the Wild Horde, hints at Arlecchino's connection to forces of nature in the underworld, suggesting a lineage that predates even medieval Europe. The name Helicans, associated with this group, eventually evolves into Arlecchino, cementing his link to these ancient, possibly demonic origins. In medieval tales, Harlequin's sexuality is portrayed in a more negative light. For example, a story by the Norman poet Bourdet depicts a witch who, on her deathbed, calls upon Harlequin to marry her. Harlequin arrives with a host of demonic figures for the wedding, ultimately dragging the witch's soul to hell. This story not only emphasizes Harlequin's connection to themes of death and the afterlife, but also portrays him as an object of dark desire. He is the demon lover, drawing souls into a nefarious pact with the underworld, similar to the myth of Hades and Persephone. The medieval French demon known as Teufel Herlequin in Germany traces back to Norse and Teutonic myths. This figure, associated with Hel, the Norse goddess of the underworld, symbolizes death and the afterlife. Herlequin suggests a connection to Hel and elder trees, sacred in these myths. The name evolved across cultures, Erlkönig in German tales, Herleking in English, and even linked to Herne the Hunter, a figure resembling the Green Man and Robin Hood in British lore. These characters are all manifestations of ancient fertility deities, with the phallus being
You gotta admit, everybody, this shit's kind of fucking hot. This shit's kind of fucking sexy. Fucked up clowns and shit. These like wild beast guys going around. Just fuck. This is crazy stuff. Like I said, to me, like the demented clown chick, like some chick dressed up in some weird, like almost like gothic fucking clown like costume. That's hot and sexy. Everybody wants to pretend like they're so prudish. Get over yourselves, everybody. Get over yourselves. You're going to follow this church, this Catholic church. Guys, here's something that's maybe, not so much of a secret. The church is so fucked up and distorted and demented and twisted in so many ways. Stop it. They just programmed you. They trained your minds. That's all. Even the Protestants. It's the Catholic Bible. The King James Bible. It's just all through the Catholic Church. They fucked with you. That's it. This world is much stranger and weird, filled with entities, beings, and creatures of all types. They're not evil. They're just different beings. You don't know anything about it. Break the mind fuck, everybody. You just got mind fucked to control you. They want you to hate yourself. They want you to basically reject your own physicality. They want that. They're not doing it. They're not doing it at all. Just break the mind control, guys. It's not even a process. You just have to make a decision, a choice. Hey, look, you don't need therapy. You don't need pharmaceuticals. You don't need any of that. Just make a choice, all right? Make a decision.
Alice becoming the symbolic maypole featured in May Day festivities. The wild man embodies this theme of natural force and fertility, described as a giant covered in foliage, carrying an uprooted tree. Strangely, this wild man became associated with darker mythological beings and was considered demonic. Orcus, meaning wild man in the Gallo-Roman era, was a deity of the underworld, leading the dead's processions and connected to Pluto or Hades, classical lord of the underworld. This connection to death and the underworld emphasized the wild man's darker aspects. Over time,
Look how he's grabbing up the fair maiden. She's like, no, please don't. I mean, really? God, sex is so weird. It's the weirdest thing ever.
the demon Helican, also known as Herlican, took on the role leading the wild horde, blending the wild man's image with more explicitly demonic attributes, which eventually influenced the development of the Harlequin character in theater. So at its core, Harlequin traces back to these legendary wild men or giants being connected with the realm of demons and endowed with mystical powers. This symbolism, steeped in the lore of the ancient and the arcane, was integrated into early theater, transforming it into a form of ritual magic. What we're looking at here is not just a character, but a type of cultural alchemy that has morphed over time into what we now recognize as the modern-day clown. We will discuss this more in a bit, but it's clear from the beginning of the entertainment industry, clowns have been a dominant figure and continue to have a strong influence on our media today. The next evolution of the clown, emerging in the 1700s, was Pedrolino, or the comic servant.
Pedrolino, the comic servant, the sad clown. There's an opera that depicts this type of clown, which I don't remember it right now. I don't remember the name of it. I'll have to think about it. So this is the next iteration of the clown.
This version could be seen as the first iteration of the modern clown, yet it was very different. Missing were the psychedelic themes and vibrant colors. Instead, Pedrolino was clad in plain white servant's attire, a far cry from the colorful clown that we recognize today. This was typically how the clown was originally presented.
Thank you, Ruled by Saturn. Pagliacci was the name of the play. So, thank you.
And the French had their own version, which was Pierrot. It had the black and white face paint with the frilled collarette, sometimes with a dunce cap. This was the sad clown. He was seen as a loser, often yearning for the love of Columbine, who usually breaks his heart and leaves him for Harlequin, which we now know as a demonic clown. So Pierrot is the sufferer who had his girl taken by a clown and then is made into a fool character. He was there just to be laughed at because he was so pathetic, because he couldn't get the girl he wanted who was taken by the Harlequin character, which is based off the older fertility gods. During this transition, a kind of void appeared, leading to a blending of the characters. The once pathetic clown, Pierrot, either became Harlequin or the two characters merged, giving birth to the modern-day clown. This new entity combined elements of both, marking a significant departure from the traditional servant role to something entirely different. This transformation was done by the Dibdins, a family with Freemasonic ties. who collaborated with Joseph Grimaldi to reinvent the clown's costume. This new design was shockingly different, and honestly, more terrifying than the clown images we're familiar with today. The introduction of vibrant colors and patterns marked a stark contrast to Pedrolino's simple white garb. It begs the question, where did the inspiration for such a dramatic and unsettling design originate? Joseph Grimaldi, born in 1778, is renowned for shaping the modern image of the clown. He significantly expanded the role of the clown in the Harlequinade, with his design white face makeup still being the gold standard today. Grimaldi's early roles, including the Little Clown in The Triumph of Mirth, Harlequin's Wedding in 1781, and The Talisman, or Harlequin Made Happy in 1796, were imbued with deep occult themes. These performances suggest that theater, particularly through the clown archetype, served as a form of occult ritual, mixing entertainment with ancient practices.
It's kind of like the entertainment industry today. Entertainment mixed with occult ritual. Look at the movies they give us throughout the history of Hollywood. There seems to be some weird, esoteric, occulted, ritualistic magic associated with the entertainment industry, what they present to us. It's like even like the Super Bowl halftime shows throughout the ages, deeply occulted. The Olympic opening ceremonies always had ritualistic undertones. So you see this almost this black magical aspect to entertainment. And what he's showing us here is this is something from the very beginning. From the beginning of plays and opera, like Ruled by Saturn said, Pagliacci was an opera about a clown. And then it's even going to go into the beginnings of the circus, which was the modern entertainment of that time, and how clowns played a vital role in the circus. You know, Barnum and Bailey's, things like that. The Masonic connections to the to the circus entertainment. It's all linked in some weird, strange way. This is kind of how they do things, everybody.
What's crazy about this whole thing is that the modern day clown was literally invented by Freemasons, including Joseph Grimaldi, who was initiated into a lodge in 1807. There's a deep connection.
Yeah, like RT says. He says, at our annual St. Patrick's Day parade, the local Shriners, dressed up as clowns, drive goofy cars and motorized trikes. Creepy-ass grown men. Right, Shriners, which is basically Masonic. It's the same thing here in Philadelphia. Every New Year's Day, we have something called the Mummers Parade. So anybody like Mateo lives near Philly, he knows that. And you can check it out. They're called the Mummers. And it's the same thing. They dress up as clowns. It's like cops, fire companies, typically Masonic civic associations from the past. And this has been a tradition in Philadelphia for a long time. A lot of it goes back to the practice of Saturnalia, rituals from medieval times around the solstice, the winter solstice in particular. So you see this
connection between circuses, clowns, and Freemasons, which may be too deep to dive into for this video, but it definitely emphasizes the occult connections of the clown. Yet, where did Grimaldi get the idea for this clown?
All your favorite brands.
British were very active in India during this time, and just like the Harlequin was based on European demons, the clown of Grimaldi is most likely based on Indian demons like the Rakshasa. So they basically dressed up the clown as a Hindu demon in order to replace the Harlequin, And you can even find images of the Rakshasa, which means demon, in an upside down position, where the head is supposed to be the crotch, and they have the exact same depiction with the Grimaldi clown.
All right, so now these Hindu depictions, which goes back to the ancient Vedics and the Aryans, which preceded that culture. Again, these call them demon-like beings, other dimensional beings that we now represent as this clown depiction.
Hinting that they took many elements from Hindu culture. Rakshasas were a populous race. They were powerful warriors, expert magicians, and illusionists. As shapeshifters, they could assume different physical forms. As illusionists, they were capable of creating appearances which were real to those who believed in them or who failed to dispel them. Some of the Rakshasas were said to be man-eaters and made their appearance when the slaughter on a battlefield was at its worst. Some of the more ferocious ones were shown with flaming red eyes and hair, drinking blood, similar to representations of vampires in later Western mythology. Generally, they could fly, vanish, and had Maya, magical powers of illusion, which enabled them to change size at will and assume the form of any creature. In the Ramayana, the Rakshasas are portrayed as mainly demonic beings who were aggressive and sexual. They're depicted in a similar fashion with masks that are brightly colored, with strange patterns, some that are strikingly similar to the clown of Grimaldi. Some are literally depicted with white skin and red hair. They are a form of hybrid, sometimes depicted with animal heads, which connects the clowns to the Nephilim. The Rakshasa are not the only demons portrayed in this fashion. You can find this in a variety of different cultures. Like in Bali culture, they have the barong, which is a panther or lion-like creature, supposedly a good spirit that is protective. The masks have a very similar theme with the bulging eyes, bright colors, and fangs. But barong is the king of spirits, which fights against Rangda, which is a demon queen that is depicted with white skin, large breast, and red hair. They have different ways of depicting her through statues as an evil witch or even with these strange clown-like costumes with
So when you start talking about white skin and red hair, this is where it starts to evoke images of the so-called Nephilim. The Nephilim were referenced as, from the Bible, as very, very pale and red-haired beings. And some say had a thirst for blood, for human blood. So there may indeed even be a Nephilim connection to these clowns. Some people think that, and again, this goes back to some of the knowledge held in the mystery schools, that what we associate as demons are actually the disembodied spirits of these dead Nephilim beings. When they die, because they're kind of abominations in some way, not natural to this world, to this reality, that their spirits remain here and kind of just roam the earth as these demons, these fallen ones, so to speak.
with stripes and a horrifying fanged and goggle-eyed mask with a long protruding tongue. Rangda is similar to Durga, but unlike Durga, who is a benevolent mother goddess of fertility, Rangda is the negative aspect to this, similar to other demonic female spirits such as the Jezebel spirit, harpies, sirens, and Lilith. Essentially, they're a type of succubus, which connects back to fertility demonic spirits being the origin of the clown. In this case, it's the female version. You can find similar practices in Sri Lanka with the Raksha masks that are used in rituals as a tribute to a race that earlier ruled Sri Lanka and had 24 different forms. You can find the same types of masks and references in a variety of different cultures. In Japan, they have their own form of this practice with the Oni, or demons or ogres that are associated with supernatural powers. They're also known for carrying clubs with an inclination towards murder and eating humans. What's fascinating is that these beings were said to have 6 fingers and 6 toes, which connects us back to the Nephilim. Are many of these cultural practices forms of ancestral worship in which they're venerating beings that once inhabited this realm? Or perhaps we were in a reality where at one time we could more easily see these beings, a time when the realm between physical and spiritual weren't so separated. Even the Bible describes these giants as having 6 fingers, and in the early newspaper accounts, there were reports of finding the skeletons of giants with double rowed teeth and 6 fingers. Are these different cultures from around the world referencing the Nephilim of the Bible? A race of hybrid beings that resulted from fallen angels mating with human women. So essentially, according to the Bible, the sons of God, fallen angels or demons, took a physical form, so shapeshifters, and had sex with human females to create a race of giants or hybrids. These Nephilim were seen as gods and depicted with pale skin and red hair. It's interesting to consider that many giants are described as having red hair, and the reason for the clown hair being red is never really explained. Why is it red?
Exactly. And this is where stuff gets real effed up. The story of the Nephilim, the story of the fallen ones, the sons of God, basically lying with the daughters of men and creating these Nephilim, these Raphim. That makes sense to me for some reason. It resonates with me. This idea of these fallen beings that and somehow transgressed the creator in some way
Also,
and interacted with humanity in strange ways. Even if it was genetic manipulation in some ways, if we can consider it like technology, alien-like beings that came here. There's a lot of ways to conceptualize it. But here's the interesting part is none of this is given to us as part of like history or pop culture. Everything's like evolution and scientific and humans evolved and we're basically the pinnacle of man according to pop culture, popular education, even pop science. They're giving us a story, and that's the part. One of the things that I always like to impress the people is we're presented a story about this world, about us. It's a very generic story. But it doesn't seem to match the actual history, the actual culture that we can find now, and it's only in this information age where we're able to access these type of stories, things like that. I think what's going to happen is they'll eventually basically do like a digital book burning on any information that goes against their standard narrative. That's why I do think it's important in these times that people who maybe are aware of certain things that are counterculture, that people speak up, present the information. Because I don't know how much longer this info is going to be available. I've already seen the censorship progress in like the last 10 years where there was a time, I would say they really clamped down on it maybe like 5 to 6 years ago. Right around 2017, after the whole Trump thing, things changed on social media, on the internet, and things that you could search for. Like say you I don't know, you search for like clowns and Nephilim in like 2015, you would get just like an infinite amount of like amazing information right at your fingertips. If you do it now, it's just going to be censored. It's going to be controlled. It's a shame what's happening, but people thought the information age was going to be just that, this golden age of knowledge. It's the complete opposite, total inversion.
Also, this entire idea of clowns being connected to demons, or you could say extra dimensional beings, is deeply ingrained within the psychedelic culture. During trips on DMT, shrooms, or LSD, many users report experiencing jester, trickster like entities that play with the viewer, usually in a negative way. Even the jester's hat looks sorta like horns. These beings resemble the same demonic beings that we've been looking at in Hindu culture, but many artists depict these beings with clown like features and checkerboard psychedelic patterns. Are clowns actually a physical manifestation of these higher dimensional beings, fallen ones that live on a higher plane of existence? And through the psychedelic experience, some people are forced into a level of reality where they experience these entities in a traumatic way. This was well documented in the Spirit Molecule, where several participants reported encountering clowns, jesters in their journey, finding themselves in a strange dimension that resemble a circus, carnival, or even a casino. Even Terence McKenna said that the archetype of DMT is a circus. Are these just archetypes? And if so, why would
Like you said, the archetype of DMT is a circus. It really is. The beings encountered on a DMT trip, you encounter these jester clown-like beings, uh, elven beings, like machine elves, clockwork elves, weird animal-like beings. Like you said, like a circus. Good on. He's right. Terence McKenna was right. DMT's like a circus. And then again, the Masonic connection with the Masons and the Shriners, like we said, the mummers and their presentation of like a circus. This is so strange.
why would they be such prevalent concepts in the collective unconscious? Perhaps it's more than just a philosophical form, but an actual entity that lives on a different level of reality. And through different entheogens, the veil can be lifted temporarily. Perhaps these entities can influence through doors that are hidden to people who are not in control of their spiritual energies, allowing for possession and negative influence. Now, some may say, well, how is that the case? And it's not even to take a Christian angle or anything, but to see how this archetype or entity has influenced our world and how it can also influence the individual in harmful ways. So, are clowns actually the evolution of this ancestral worship of Nephilim beings that, through theater and masonry, eventually led to the modern day portrayal of the clown that we see today?
Through theater and masonry. Pretty much sums it up there. God, so weird. Yeah, some people are afraid of clowns, but I think it's kind of hot if I know the truth. I'm twisted like that, though, in weird ways. Much love, everybody. Lindsay said this is pretty interesting. Art reflects culture or attempt to understand the unknown. Hey, Lindsay, would you dress up as like a Harley Quinn clown for me, Lindsay? Would you do that? Lindsay Smith? You'd probably do it for Flow State, even though he's married. But the question is, would you dress up for me, Lindsay? Somebody needs to dress up as a clown for me at some point. That needs to happen. She said, for how much? We could talk, Lindsay. Yeah, Mrs. Flow State would not have that. Of course not. All right, everybody. Links in the chat. Anybody who wants to come up, it's free to join the Z Show. Who knows who's going to come up? Who knows? That's the cool part about the metaverse. You never know. Will it be Lindsay? Last time Lindsay came up, she was basically thirst trapping us with a bikini pic. She was driving Harmon wild. Although Harmon was keeping it pretty cool and collected. But you never know with Lindsay. I don't know what kind of mood she's in. Hey, Lindsay, how's it going with that guy you're dating? Maybe we'll get an update from Lindsay regarding her relationship with the dude from the gym. That poor sucker. I mean, nothing against you, Lindsay, but he seems like he's working pretty hard for your attention. And maybe he should. I don't know. Maybe he should. Maybe your love is worth, investing in. Multiple dates. Where do you guys go on dates, Lindsay? Like, where did you go on Valentine's Day? Was it like an Applebee's? Like an Outback Steakhouse? Or like, was it somewhere nice? By the way, everybody, dates are weird. Going out on dates with people, like eating dinner and food and stuff. Like, dates are weird. I don't care like how many people try to tell me I'm wrong. Dates are weird and dumb. She said Mike is his name. Okay, so his name's Mike. Who cares? So how's it going with Mike? How's it going? What's the matter, Heidi? Heidi, where's that picture with you as the Harley Quinn? Didn't you have like a clown picture of yourself, Heidi? Can you switch your icon to that? Yeah, maybe she'll let us know. All right, I got one guest rolling in. Like I said, links in the chat, everybody. Feel free to come on up. Feel free to come on up. All right, I'm going to get a glass of water. I'll be back in 2 shakes of a lizard tail. Is that even a thing? 2 shakes of a lizard tail? All right, folks. Come on up if you want to chop it up with Z on a Friday night. Friday vibes. Much love, everybody. Don't go anywhere. More Z show in a moment.
I drink your milkshake. I drink your milkshake. I drink it up. Drink your milkshake. I drink it up. Drink your milkshake. Drink your milk. I drink it up. I drink it up. I drink it up. I drink it up. Milkshake. I drink it up. I drink it up. I drink it up. Milkshake.
I drink your milkshake. Much love. That's a techno mix right there. Of course, it's a techno mix. Taken from the popular Daniel Day-Lewis movie, There Will Be Blood, everybody. There Will Be Blood. Much love to Daniel Day-Lewis, who we found out the other day on Z Show has apparently retired from acting for good, which is a shame to hear. Much love, Mr. Daniel Day-Lewis. And he drinks your milkshake. Kristen Garvey says, is that one actor? I don't know. All right, guys and dolls. I have a few guests in the back, so please be patient guests as I bring people up and give them the acknowledgement that they are so due. My first guest I'm going to bring up, I don't have a theme song for my first guest, which is weird. I'm going to have to think of one. But either way, it's welcome back to Z Show, Flow State. Welcome back to the show, good sir.
That milkshake song was good stuff. You know, there's that lapse between getting off your phone and on the computer and joining. In that lapse, the song started playing. It's like,
right.
Going?
It's a weird song. Have you seen that movie that
No.
they reference that from?
Mm-mm.
All right, you got to watch the movie. It would be a Flow State movie that you would enjoy. It's called There Will Be Blood. And Daniel Day-Lewis plays like a in 1800s like up and coming self-made oil baron type of person. And he goes up against like these large oil companies, and it's about prospecting for oil, big money,
Mrs. Flo just stuck her head around the TV and said, "That's a weird movie."
Well, has she seen it?
You've seen it? I assume. She's gone. This isn't actually a wall here. People think it's a wall. She's just trying to build me in and enclose me from the rest of the room.
So wait a second. So it's you're in a larger room, but there's a bookcase that extends.
Yeah. I came home one day and she'd set up my desk here and she'd stuck these bookcases here, and then off this side there's like a big flat screen TV right here. So I can't actually see if she's on the other side of the bed or on the other side of the room in bed. Because this is our bedroom.
Your bed's in there. Oh, you're in the bedroom.
Yeah.
She lets you smoke in the bedroom? Does she smoke too?
She does smoke too. And this is the only spot in the house. There's a fireplace off the side. So if you see me pitching my cigarette butts off screen, it's towards the fireplace. So
I've seen you do that before. I've seen you throw the fucking cigarettes. You have a fireplace in your bedroom. That's pretty swanky, dude.
Yeah, this house was built in a weird way. It's basically 3 different houses that they sort of just mashed together. Because this part I'm on right now doesn't have a basement or anything below it. It was an add-on. But yeah, we've got a huge bedroom. It's got its own exit. It's got a fireplace. And she's building a wall of bookshelves and TVs to block me off from the bed.
Right.
Part.
So is she okay when you're doing these late night streams, yapping away with a bunch of lunatics? Like, is she okay sleeping and all that stuff?
Yeah, she actually kind of prefers it. She's an introvert, and I'm obviously not an introvert. And so if I go too long without interacting on here and just bother her the whole time, she's like, "Go hang out with your friends online."
Dude, that's kind of funny, and I could relate with it in a similar but different way. Where, like, if I don't do my show for a while, like the times where I've taken a couple months off, I'm just doing the show in my head by myself during the day. You know what I mean? Like, I'm saying funny, weird things, and then I'm like talking to myself in my head. I'm like, "This is bad. I should just do this like online." You know what I mean? Like,
there's some sort of weird energy that this is an outlet for.
Correct. Well, dude, for me, it is an outlet, but it's also an experience, like you were saying, like to interact. It's an experience, and it's a learning experience for me too, man. And it's exciting, and there's possibilities here, man. Not only like creative possibilities, but there's financial possibilities here. Content creators who do well become financially successful. Now, it should be the fruits of the endeavor here, because much like myself, you've been on for hundreds, if not thousands of hours at this point doing this. You built a foundation, and at some point that can grow into something You know, that's
I mean,
potentially like a living, like a livelihood, dude. There's lots of people
it-
making a livelihood here. What
it's
are your
far
thoughts on
from my
that?
livelihood still, but it's gotten to the point where the check from YouTube each month is substantial enough that it's not nothing, you know. Um, yeah, it definitely has added up. I'm glad to see your ticker across the bottom too. I know that you went into this kicking and screaming sort of.
Yeah, yeah. And people throw me contributions here and there, but it's, it's nothing to write home about, but I appreciate everything. Um, but I haven't done the part where I see you've monetized with YouTube where people can super chat. And I think that is more like a better way to get people to contribute, because then they're like experiencing the show. They're throwing super chats up. I know in your show you have like niche little things that people could do with donations. Like they could change people's names. They can get people off the panel. So I see you working that angle in, and it kind of makes it like an interactive experience for people. And I understand why you do that. For me, I'd probably have to do it a bit different because, like you saw, I just did 2 hours of a show without having one guest on, right? So having people throw money to change people's names is not really going to do it for me. My open panel is a segment of my show. It's just how I do my show. And I know you've encouraged me to monetize with YouTube a number of times, but I kind of like where I am now. Like, but I should have more than the Cash App. I should have Cash App, Zelle, PayPal. I'm working on it, dude. You know?
Yeah, you got to figure out what you're selling though. And if I really look at because you have more of a show structure than I do. I have just open forum, right? Anybody can come, and then it takes itself. Honestly, my layout is way lazier than yours is. But what I'm selling at the end of the day is, ultimately, I think it's basically belonging. Because people want the instant results, right? They donate some memberships and they get the flyover with the bombs. And when I looked at my business model, I think it is selling community, honestly.
Right. Where you're curating the community. You're like,
Right.
I'm gonna decide who gets in and who gets out. Because I noticed that. Like I was watching you last night and you had like 10 people up. And it was like OTW, fucking Bex, that chick, that trailer park chick who I like. I forget her name. Brittany. Barbie. Yeah, exactly. Flow State. I have a thing for like kind of dirty horse kind of chicks that like don't care, and like even though I don't smoke.
A different way to refer to them though.
I know. It's I don't do that to their face. Well, actually, I do. It's probably why I haven't had much success lately. But like, I don't smoke cigarettes. I never have. But it turns me on when a chick is smoking a cigarette. It's weird.
I'm gonna remember that and smoke less on your show.
Let me I want to bring my next guest up because I've been wanting to try out his theme song. And I was inclined just to keep talking to you, but he's antsy back there. And
you can bring him up, you can dunk me, you can keep me. I'm chill.
Yeah, but I wanted to, as I'm finding his theme song, I wanted to bring up what you and I were kind of talking about in the chat, where my numbers, the people who come to my show, hasn't changed and actually has gone up. But my views over the last week have gone down significantly. And you said you saw the same thing. And I saw other creators this week. I saw the same thing happen.
It looks like nobody's watching replay. And I haven't dug into it that much, but I can say that I've not had one stream this week get over 1,000 views. I have had streams have more than 100 live viewers. And so those two have always been connected. If I have more than 100 live viewers, that stream will get more than 1,000 views in the next day or two. And so I have not seen that connection. Mitch pointed out it could be the weather earlier, which seemed actually very reasonable. It could be the weather.
Right. Which is cool, man. Look, there's going to be ebbs and flows, dude. That's the way I look at it, right? So I'm just like, okay, sometimes people are going to be here. They're going to be elsewhere. But I think the important thing is just to come on. We do our thing. We present ourselves. A lot of this, dude, is just keeping the airways open. And that way, and then, you know, nice moments happen, things come and go, it's an ebb and flow. But you seem like you're turning this into somewhat of a prosperous endeavor for you monetarily, which you should be able to do. I haven't really figured out how to turn the corner yet on that, and I have some ideas, but I'm not like super concerned about it because, like you said, you still have a job and stuff, right? Like
This is not my main source of income,
right? And
but I am in a perfect position where, since I'm an independent contractor, I can take more or less work at any time. If this returns enough for it to be worth it to me. Honestly, I enjoy this more than I enjoy fucking shooting nail guns or hauling around chainsaws.
Right.
It pays about a third the rate at the end of the day.
Right, like by the hour, you're saying.
Right. So I can't really, but it is what it is, and that's why I mentioned, though, what are you selling? Because I'm sort of at a point where I don't actually know how to turn the corner and make it any bigger if people are buying inclusivity in a group. So if I'm right, and that is what I'm selling, community in a way, at some point that's limited growth model.
Right. I see what you're saying, where it becomes then a little bit, like you said, it becomes a clicky thing. People aren't in on the joke. They're not in on the personality. So new people
I
coming
just only
in.
have so much attention.
And time.
Right. So yeah, it's actually a finite resource. So,
Yeah. My thing, but people do it like, what's his name? Antoine Daniels, who I know you were on his show a couple times. He has these panels, dude. It's the same thing where people come in and you pay people to put them on and off. But in a way, Flow State, you could probably look at that as a way for passive income, dude, because if you establish the platform for this, you might hit a point where you don't necessarily have to be intimately involved. You're just setting the platform for the dynamic.
Right.
So that's interesting. But yeah, mine's...
I was going to say, he definitely has... I'm too controlling. I recognize that about myself. And he has done a lot better in creating something and handing it off to people than me, which is I've created one thing and I want to drive the ship the whole fucking time.
Right. Like me. And that's why my model is more the Z show, where I purposely don't depend on my panels, right? Because I want to be able to do a show maybe even without bringing people up, or if somebody, because sometimes with panels, if you got a hot guest, you're going to get people watching, you're going to get interest, but then you might have somebody. So I like making my guests part of the show. Like the next guy I'm going to bring up, Mr. Clint. I'm going to bring you up, Clint. I'm pulling your, I'm pulling his music. I have to find music for you, Mr. Flow State. I have to find the right like mix that kind of goes with your personality.
I'm a patient guy. It'll come to you when it comes to you.
So I've often referred to my next guest as the aging Adonis, much like the Patrick Swayze from Roadhouse character. Let me see how this fits on him. Keep it up, you're dying pain. The road I'm taking is falling insane. Clint, you'll be happy to know that Patrick Swayze himself wrote this song.
I looked at the sound. One time Adonis, we forget how fast the years comes on.
Clint, can we see you? Can you cam up?
No.
You can't do that tonight. You can't do it tonight.
It's bad enough. Nobody wants to see this. Trust me. Nobody.
I bet he's beautiful.
Well, he's like the song says. He's an aging Adonis. Your microphone's way low, Clint. Maybe I could adjust it on my end. Hold on.
No, I'm sorry. How about it? Better now.
It's way down for some reason.
Oh, maybe I put it down. Hold on.
Yeah, it's better
How
now.
about
I just adjusted it on StreamYard.
Okay. I just have one of those stock little buds things. Thanks
Yeah,
for my
Clint,
theme song, man.
because for whatever reason, Clint, I have you pegged as like Patrick Swayze from Roadhouse, dude. Flow State, I do this thing with people where I just like lampoon them in my mind, like a caricature forms. So now forever, Clint is just Patrick Swayze from fucking Roadhouse, dude. It's weird.
That's not a bad place to
I'll
be
take it.
lampooned if you've got to be lampooned somewhere.
Fucking A, I'll take it. You know what? I went looking at that soundtrack. I thought you were going to do me Hoochie Coochie Man. And then the back of my mind, I was thinking, oh, shit, he's not going to do this one. And he did.
Wait, you
Thanks,
saw
man.
this one, this Cliff's Edge, written by Patrick Swayze?
Yeah, I went last week. I went and looked at the soundtrack to look at the songs on there. I thought, I bet he's going to pick something off this. And you sure as shit you did.
Yeah.
Thanks, man. I appreciate it. It's cool.
Yeah, am I that easy to figure out? I guess so, man. But
no. That was just my first guess. I just got my intuition's been fucking off the chain last.
Yeah,
couple
you
years,
nailed it.
man.
You nailed it. Well, because the lyrics remind me of you. The lyrics are "Keep it up, you'll die in pain. The road I've taken is for the insane. Lie to myself, pretend I'm right. A high stakes game, define life. A one-time nothing, a one-time Adonis. You forget how fast the years pounce on us." And that's you, Clint, because I picture you in your prime with just ladies everywhere, a new lady every night. And I just picture you kind of being like, you know, like a ladies' man, which you obviously were, dude. Now, you mentioned something the other day on my show, dude. You mentioned that you feel as though there's 7 different sexual positions worthy of attention.
No, I was
Is that
just fucking
true?
around. No,
Oh,
it's just
gotcha.
fucking shit. half the stuff in chat is just talking shit. Like Rockefeller shit and all, you know, all that stuff. This is the I don't I've separated from my family and my friends who would have been able to digest this stuff 20, definitely 30 years ago, or just one told me straight up, man, I just want to live my head in the sand. I can't, this stuff scares me, you know, and I was just, getting in your
So
chat.
are you saying it's like your growth in some of these arenas, your intellectual growth, your ability or your willingness to dive into some of these more esoteric things in life, you're saying that's sort of driven a wedge between you and other people?
No, well, for me it has. They still want a relationship with me, but I can't take it. You know what I'm saying?
It's hard, Clint, because they just start yapping away about nothing, and their energy's all frenetic and weird, and it's hard to be around people when they're just being ultimate normies, dude.
Yeah, I much prefer. I have a yard full of doves, finches, sparrows. I got a couple hawks that come in, and dude, I have a story with a hawk here that will blow your doors off, man. And then I got a yard full of squirrels.
So you're just like communing with nature at this point. That's where you are.
I love it, man. It's the consciousness out there is way higher than any of my family or friends going on. So I'm
good for you, man. Yeah. Well, we have a lady here. Let's greet the lady. Sarah, welcome to Z Show.
Hello.
Hi, Sarah. Can we see you? It's hard to see you.
I will.
It's a little dark out here.
So, Sarah, you're different. You look. I thought you were somebody else. Why am I confusing people now?
Yeah, I was gonna say you never seen me.
No, I've never seen you. But you're on Jeebus Crisp's account.
Who?
Is it? Oh, so you're not Jeebus Crisp. I'm confused now. That's another Sarah. Okay, there's 2 Sarahs. Now I know. Gotcha. There's 2 Sarahs. All right, because there's somebody named Jeebus Crisp, but his girlfriend or wife is named Sarah. And I
That's
was
not
confusing that with you in a second ago. Oh, okay. So you're Sarah Breslin, who I have not met.
yes, Grant's wife.
Okay, so I don't know Grant. Okay, so Grant's all right.
So
So hey
Grant
guys,
was
we
listening.
have a new
Grant,
person.
Grant listened to your show in the mornings on his way to work, and then you started coming on at night. He's the one that told me to watch you, and then I noticed you from the Melodome. I think you used to call in there, right?
I was a contributor on the Melodome for a bit.
Yes.
So Grant ever on my show? Have I met him?
No.
Gotcha.
But he's here. He's here. He's making tea.
Hi, Grant. Nice to talk to you.
Yeah, he's making his tea.
So, Sarah, how did you and Grant find your way to like this corner of YouTube that's so strange and niche in a way? Like, it's not like see this, don't judge me. She got here because like she knows somebody in this community, so she just stumbled into it. Frankly, she probably doesn't know what the fuck's going on. But I don't think she has a clue. Flow State, there's so many ladies here, they just like they have no clue what's going on. Like I've quizzed some of these ladies, which is fine, ladies. Just sit back, relax. It's okay. Whatever you're here for is fine. But Sarah, like, how did like you and Grant like get involved with all this like weird shit that we talk about?
I don't even know. He's the one that like told me about the flat Earth, and I like.
No way. Okay.
Yeah, but I didn't like at first. Like we were like really bad then, like on lots of drugs and stuff.
Everybody thought it was crazy.
Yeah, everyone thought he was like. I was like so mad.
Wait a second. Hold on. Let me bring Harmon up because Harmon, there's a lady on, and I can't leave Harmon in the back with a lady on. He was a Melodome contributor too, so let's get him on.
Yes, yeah, I know. Yes, I've seen him a bunch.
You're muted, Harmon.
Harmon,
Still
if you're
muted.
talking, we can't hear you, big guy. He's jacked up on Coca-Cola.
Sarah, I had talked to you before.
Oh, we did. Yeah. Yes. Oh, that's right.
Do you remember me, Sarah?
Yeah.
I think you were that room you were in just now. It's like your laundry room or something like that. Where you come into your house, that's where you come in.
Yeah, my porch. It's out back.
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. You were coming in from work sometime. Yeah, I remember that. So I remember you.
My Blue Jays come up and like they eat peanuts from my whole family. It's like the Blue Jays are the meanest birds I've ever met. I'm like, why do they come right up to my window and like talk to me? They wake me up in the mornings. Like they're like my friends.
Yeah, they bully the other birds sometimes.
Yeah.
All right, Harmon, try to keep it in your pants. Sarah, she's an attractive lady, but her husband's right there listening, so we have to keep it above board. We have to keep it professional.
He's
I
rolling
don't
me.
remember. It's been a couple of years since we talked, so I don't remember what show it was. I know it wasn't the Melodome. It was before that. You had called in maybe Jaron show or something. I don't know.
Yes,
But
I did. I called in Jaron's show too. Yep.
That's where I remember you.
Harmon, where do you keep your? Hold on, I need to talk to you, Harmon. Where do you keep your microphone and like your camera? Why does it look like your camera's up on like the shelf, and you're
It's
like
on
across the fucking room?
It's on the top of my computer screen.
It's on your computer screen. Where's your microphone?
In the camera.
You don't have to do it now. Do something different with your setup. I'm tired of seeing you from like 10 miles away. We need up close and personal, Harmon. What's going on here?
We know that the coffee table's a mess. You can pan it down anyways.
Yeah, I didn't know that. That's why I put it up. I cleaned it off before I turned this thing on. And
we've all been there.
What happened to the replay of your
I just subbed to you,
yesterday?
folks. I didn't even know you had.
Hold on, I'm losing my mind. Just work on your like audio and stuff, Harmon. You got to like be a little bit more intimate here with the audience. People are into you now, Harmon. Like you have a following. People are like they want to know about you and stuff.
I'll call
What
back
happened to your replay? What happened to the replay of your show yesterday's show?
My show?
Yeah.
Oh, maybe that's why it only had so many views. My show's not up.
Yeah. I couldn't find it. You got the 6th and the 8th, but not the 7th.
Somebody asked me, they said, Z, where's your show? That's why I asked Flow State, because I haven't gotten less than 500 viewers ever. And I saw, oh, they fucking cut my show. Those son of a
Copyright.
bitches. See, I get pissed off. See, now, see, my face is getting red. I'm fucking
They don't
pissed.
tell you.
All
They
right.
just do it, huh?
No, I got to go on YouTube Studio to find out. Maybe I'll look.
Copyright.
All right, now I know what's going on. Something fucking happened because somebody asked me, "Where's yesterday's show?" All right, now it's all making sense. All right, I don't have to get pissed off. Let me focus.
So what did they attack you for something you said or something? I guess
I don't know. I got to go back and look. I played
Normally
like
when
a
they pull the
long.
plug all the way out. It's a
Oh.
copyright.
Copyright, yeah.
Yeah, usually they'll give you a chance to remove it and then repost it. So, all right,
You don't
this
get
makes
strike.
sense.
Strike or nothing.
No, because I wouldn't be broadcasting right now. They wouldn't let me. So there's a difference between a copyright claim and a copyright strike. A claim is just like, hey, they'll let you leave it, but if you're making shekels from YouTube, then they'll take some of the money to the copyright owner. Or if it's too egregious, they'll say, look, these 5 minutes of your show was copyrighted and you could just digitally cut it out and then they re-upload it. But I have gotten a copyright strike. The one time I was playing like Mary Poppins and I also played The Sound of Music.
They're the best.
You can
And
feel
at
me when
first-
you make fun of you, can't you?
I mean, they didn't give me a copyright for like being gay. It wasn't like a gay fucking claim, but it was a Disney claim. They said you can't play Mary Poppins, which is weird. But let's get into Sarah. So Sarah, you said something that interests me. So you and your husband were doing drugs. He came upon the flat earth and they just thought he was a fucking drugged out weirdo.
Oh my God.
Bring us into this story. I love this shit.
No, it was like really bad. Like because when he found out, like he would tell anyone that would listen. And he was on drugs at the time.
What kind of drugs was he on? Let's get into this.
Probably at that time, I think maybe just like Percocets.
All right. So like opiates and shit.
Yeah. We took
And were you guys married?
We never got married, but we've been together for almost 20 years.
No, so you're basically married. You're like his wife.
We have 4 kids.
Common law.
Oh, you got 4 kids together. So yeah, you're like, okay. So he was kind of having a drug problem. Were you also like dibbling and dabbling a little bit or?
Yeah. Yeah.
Gotcha.
I was probably like, I'm more like the bad influence person, you know?
I can tell. Yeah. You look like you'd be a lot of fun to hang. You remind me of my ex-wife, by the way, which is blowing my mind right now. You remind me of her.
Good time, but most of the time people were laughing, you know, at me and not with me. So
interesting.
I was really
so your husband starts going to you and everybody else. I think the fucking earth is flat. And people start freaking out.
No, it is. He was done. He was like, I knew those fuckers were lying. That's what he kept saying. Like, you're so crazy. I was like slamming doors in his face and screaming at him. And then the one day I stopped myself because I was like, what if like I'm wrong, you know, and I'm acting like this? So I like stopped and I was like, how fast do they say he's fucking spinning then? And he was like 1,000 miles an hour. And I was like, no way. Like when he said that, I was like, okay. And I like went away. And then that whole night I was on my phone, like looking for looking at videos and stuff. And then I woke up the next day and I was like, I think you're right. And then
that's funny. I told my wife and then I was divorced in less than a year. It's funny how different those 2 stories are.
No, my
should have done more Percocets.
yeah, exactly.
No, we've had like all the forces, like it's like a shocking, like
my neighbor was like a Marine who was like
in
Afghanistan, and I would tell him.
Yeah, like people were like, because people like my husband, like, you know, he's a pill to swallow. Like people either love him or they absolutely fucking hate him, and he cannot even open his mouth, and people can't stand him. It's really weird because he's just like honest in how he is, I guess. Like whatever he gives off, you know what I mean? Like that's just the way he is. Like people get triggered at him. My dad has tried to kill him. Like like bad. You know what I
With
mean?
what?
My whole family, like,
What did he try to kill him with?
his hands. He tried to kill. Like my kids were right there and stuff. Like,
Oh my god! Do we even want to get into the story flow state? It's for what? Just for random shit? Your dad fucking popped off on him. That's
Fuck yeah,
highly
we do.
dysfunctional,
I
Sarah.
just went and got a drink for it.
Well, he told you. They just told you that that just looking at him can make you mad, and so he was just mad at him.
he always
How
like,
ugly is he?
and my dad, like, you know, he still lets my dad, like, to this day. Now we live in Florida, so my family's in Pennsylvania.
It's all
They
coming together.
and stay with us, and my dad is like in the home, but like it's not, you know, he's such like an NP. It's like so bad what a normie he is. Like,
Well, most family members are normies, Sarah. These are the problems of these times because there's so much information that everybody has their own little worlds, their own little personalities, their own little subculture. And it divides people apart because back in the old days, there wasn't much to choose from. Maybe you grew up in a community, you had a religion, everybody thought the same, they fucking acted the same. So I think that one of the things that's incumbent upon people is to learn how to like make bridges and to mend and to heal relationships in these times.
I agree.
And Mateo and I both knew you were from Pennsylvania because you have the same accent that he and I have, close. Yours is a little bit more Philly than mine.
I got my
but
water over
pretty
here.
close.
My glass of water is
Right.
right there.
Yeah.
See, and I just knew there was Florida in there.
Yeah, I moved down here and asked for a hoagie, and people were like, "What the hell is that?"
Yeah.
That's like a
You
sub
have the
sandwich,
most
right?
you have one of the most Philadelphia accents I've heard in a while. Maybe even like a Delco accent.
Well, my brother was just here, and he brought his girlfriend, who was like, you know, like totally South Philly, and she started talking. I was like, "Oh my god!" Like I couldn't believe, you know. And I'm like, "Do I sound like that?" And I guess I do.
You
I
do,
heard it's
100%.
always sunny there. Is that true? Can you confirm?
It is not always sunny in Philadelphia, Flow State. It certainly is not.
That is probably the best show on TV, though.
That place is the worst. I'm sorry, but it is. It's so depressing there. Like I feel like, right?
But that show is so funny.
Philly's weird. I've never watched the show though.
Guys,
Guys,
it's always sunny in Philadelphia.
Yeah,
I've never watched.
It's filmed in L.A. It was like Miami. The one Miami Vice was filmed in Long Beach, California.
But Z, you got to watch it. You would like it because
I love it. I've watched every show of it.
Z would like it too because he's got that sort of mean sense of humor.
Especially Danny DeVito's.
Yeah, I'm a Danny DeVito guy. Panel, do I sound like Sarah? I don't think I do. I think she's like way more accent than me, but I could be wrong. What do you guys think?
She sounds way more intelligent. Oh, you mean the accent?
It wasn't until she said water that I heard much accent really out of either of you.
Interesting. Yeah, Wooder. Harmon, you have a way with these ladies, don't you, good sir?
Well, I'm glad she's here, and I'm glad Flow State, not Flomax. Flow State's here.
Touche.
I didn't mean to do that, but
I love it.
anyway, Z, how serious are you about your show? Do you really want it to go and take off?
By the way, Harmon, your audio sounds much better now. Whatever you fucking did,
I put it on a phone.
Yeah,
I put it on my Samsung. I did what you said.
Do I want my show to take off? Why? What do you advise?
No, I don't know how serious you are about it. I don't know you well enough.
Well, isn't it safe to say though that maybe he doesn't know either? Like I had no idea. I never know what I'm doing. I never have a plan with anything. I just kind of go at things and figure out where I'm going to go from there. So
okay,
the plan is no
it's possible that he doesn't even know the answer to that.
So I'll try to give you a straight answer, Harmon, and then we'll see where you're going with this. Well, I think, anybody who does something and dedicates time to it probably wants some degree of success. The question is, what do I measure success by? Now, there's a couple ways I can do it. I originally came on here, Harmon, because of the flat earth thing. I said, oh, this is big, and I think I have a niche here. So I've had people now, since I've done my show, say, Z, you're the reason that I started paying attention to flat earth. You're the one who woke me up to this. So I can look back in my life and say, oh, there was people online who affected me, my consciousness, my mentality, my intellect. Now I'm serving that role for other people. So right there, that's a success for me. But there's other tiers, dude. You know, like I've had personal conversations now with Crow 777, who's one of my heroes. Jaron, who basically was one of the big people who influenced me into this whole realm. Dave Weiss, you know what I mean? Like I have Dave Weiss and Jaron's number like in my phone now. So that's something that to me, I consider that a success in my life for me. Now, if we're talking about big financial success and accolades and huge audiences, that's a tough hill to climb, Harmon, for this topic, dude. It's you know that, bro. But go ahead.
I'm going to give you a little suggestion. I've been doing this 7-8 years now, and I've seen every one of you guys, the Jaron, all of them. There was this beautiful lady named Lori Gale, and they ran them away. So when a woman, and Sarah, you can go with this, and I hope Rose can feed in on this when she comes and does the news. When a woman finds this stuff like you did, you want to tell everybody, right? And you get a lot of shit. And you can handle it a lot better than a woman can. But a woman will expect it from a globies. And so then a woman, like, let's say the other day, she tried to tell you about Jenny, and you say, oh, I do her. And you talk to her like you wouldn't talk to her in front of her boyfriend. But on the internet, you did. And it's very disrespectful to her because she found this and she wants to tell people, but she needs someone in the truther community to sit there and back her.
I'm working on Jenny. I'm working. I said that as a joke. I'm working.
I know, but it's not funny. It's only funny if I taught my boys. It's only funny if both people laugh. I always told them, don't make fun of your spouse or the person you're with, because you say, "Oh, I'm just joking." I said, "That's a cop out. You're not joking."
I know. You're right. I know. I understand exactly what you're saying.
I'm not saying just you. I told my boys, never, unless your wife laughs with you, then it wasn't a joke.
I know what you mean. Hold
so
on,
let me finish real quick. There's this girl on here. I think it's a perfect match for you on TikTok. Okay.
Who?
Honestly.
Jenny?
No.
You mean Jenny's as a co-host? You mean as a co-host?
Yeah, I think like a Friday show. Something that you could say, okay, she's going to be with me on a Friday. Her name is L-A-U, Laura Renowned.
Laura Renowned. All right.
R-E-N-A-U-N-D.
Hold on, I need to adjust your microphone, Harmon, because you're so used to yelling at the fucking microphone.
Oh,
50
so
feet
I
away.
talk softer now. Is that better?
Hold on. Clint, what did you want to say, dude?
Yeah, just to expand on his a little bit. You know, the broads, when you're getting into the real, a little bit racier slang, you might say, you gotta start trying to pick some better spots for that stuff, and then make sure, like say you're feeling a little like, ooh, maybe that was a little hot, and then just kind of ease it off with a little cooler, in the next sentence or two. You know what I'm saying?
Right. Fair enough. I think I try to do that, but
yeah, but less like me, less like someone like me that knows you, and I know that it's just talking trash. You don't really mean it, but you got to think that hopefully there's new people coming in all the time.
A lot of times I do mean it. Hold on, Clint. I mean it a lot of times. Like if I call chicks like slutty and whores and stuff, I kind of mean it when I'm saying it, dude. Because I'm talking to a certain demographic. I know you're saying to broaden the demographic.
Just not say what you're thinking. It's not always right to say what you're thinking. I learned that.
I wanted to talk about the Jenny thing.
How about the Laura thing?
Hold on, we'll go to the Laura.
Obviously, just be aware of it. Maybe find time. Check your timing on it. Just you know what I'm saying.
Flow State, everybody's a fucking critic. I got Clint and Harmon are going to produce my show.
I'm saying if you want your show to go, it's just people like that. I don't care what you say about the other one. I'm saying a female who's found the truth by herself, right? She needs that shelter to come into. I seen Jenny, I seen Rose's friend. They go on to the big shows, and they're thinking they're coming into shelter. They
Jenny,
went into the
look,
fucking lion's den.
look,
Don't
Jenny.
stop
I
talking
treated them
trash.
like shit.
Don't talk.
Hold
I'm not
on,
saying don't
calm
stop.
down.
I'm not
I
saying don't
know.
stop at all.
I'm just busting your balls. I'm just busting your.
Okay.
Look, Jenny got a raw deal in a lot of ways
Not
with
just
the
her.
truther community. I
Everyone.
want Rose to get Jenny. I don't think Jenny's in a point where she's making contact now and content anymore. I don't know what she's doing, but I
She
would
erased
love
it
to
all.
have. Right. So I would love to have a online relationship with her that's professional. The reality is, Harmon, like in my real life, I'm actually a gentleman with women. I'm not threatening at all. I'm actually the
That's why I
opposite
care.
way.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
know. From looking at you from your early shows, you know, where your mic was in your hand and stuff. When you first started, I took a look back at, like, I don't know, whatever it is, a year ago, or maybe over a year
Right.
ago. Yeah. I saw Doc, you know, Doc, you could tell you're a good guy, you know what I'm saying? And that's why I care. And I would like to see you succeed and grow and stuff as well. So
Let me try to finish my saying. What I'm saying is, that's why I ask you how serious you are. See, my great grandfather had the 3 wives. One of his kids was the 8th kid. He had 22 kids, my one. And so my other grandfather said, they stayed on the farm because my grandmother had to remarry because my great grandfather got hung by Pancho Villa's men.
excuse me, sir.
So so he was 40 years old when he left the farm, got his 27-year-old wife, and had 8 kids. Between 40 and 45, you're prime right now. You're what a strong woman who wants to get like that in their mid-20s to late 20s, and to raise a family. You're prime right now. You get up in
No,
your 50s,
man.
you don't have
What is
it.
wrong with you, Harmon? I don't want anything to do with anything you just said, dude.
You should want
I don't want
babies.
I don't want anything to do with what you just said. I don't want that.
Yeah, but
just
you
don't.
see, once you, my boy was 38 years old when he finally had a child. Oh my gosh, you know, once you have one, how many? Do you have any children?
Who?
Me, I have 4.
No,
I
I know
do.
you do. Does Z have any children? I don't know.
No.
Well, see, okay, there's no communicating. You're
Yeah.
awesome as you are, but I'm telling you, if you get one of those women to
You
do
kinda
one of
did
those
have
nice
a
women and you
kid.
protect them on your show,
Hold on, you're saying 2 different things, Harmon. You're talking about me building a show, incorporating women into the show
right?
to try to create an umbrella and is like a safe space for women. Now you're talking about me knocking one of these broads up. Where are we going?
No,
with
not
this
one of
convo?
them. Not one of them. No, not one of them. I'm just saying, I was you 20 years ago. I was you,
Right.
and I wasted that time.
I know what you mean.
You're so awesome. I would hate to see you waste it.
I appreciate Harmon, and I hear what you're saying, and it makes me feel good to hear that. But the reality is, dude, I'm not in a position in my life for like children and wives and shit, dude. That's not. I'm not there, dude. That's not where I
You've
am,
had
bro.
children in past lives as well. So, I know damn sure reincarnation is real because I've seen firsthand experience of it in the animal world. I mean, crazy synchronicity shit. That's like reincarnation is if it's happening in the animal world, it's happening with us. So you gotta look back, man. You've been a mom, a daughter, a brother. You've been it all already. So
Every once in a while,
did you have
Clint
children?
just says the weirdest fucking thing ever.
well, it's true, man. It's
I
true.
believe that. I believe that for sure.
Flow State, do you have children?
Yes.
You ain't missing.
I've got a
shit.
13-year-old
You've done it
daughter.
all.
That's awesome.
My daughter's about to be 13 too. April 1st.
Right on.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Is
no,
that April Fool's joke?
mine turns 14 about a month later.
Okay. Okay.
God, Sarah,
Congratulations.
you remind me of my ex-wife. It's because of the way you speak. She has the same accent. When you came up, I'm like, this broad reminds me of my ex-wife so much. This is fucked.
I just sent
It's
a
so
link,
weird.
I sent a link to Barbie a minute ago. She said, "Give her a second. She'll join us."
Where's
So-
your ex-wife from? Northeast Philly?
No, she's from like where I'm from, South Jersey, but we have that Philadelphia accent because it's right there. It's like
Okay. Okay.
I can be in Philly in like 20 some minutes if I wanted to right now.
Yeah.
So
Yeah. I'm from Northeast.
So what was
Philly.
that shooting that happened there at 5 Point today?
I
Yeah,
know. I said
that's
that. and
Northeast Philly. Yeah.
It sounds
What
very
happened?
sus to me too. It's a little weird. That story.
What about all the parents killing their kids, man? It's every day. I'm telling you, I could have talked some sense into my family and friends in the 80s and 90s. I know because I had before.
Yeah.
People are just
Bless
shut down. I mean, you gotta admit, we've never had so much plastic, graphene. The amount of shit we got in this. Plus,
Yeah. Everybody's fucked. The environment's fucked. It's a fucked up situation.
Yeah, I feel like people
and I
are.
think it's. I think
people
it
are
has a
losing it.
bigger thing. Look at all the road rage and shit, especially like white ladies in their 40s and 50s want to fight everybody.
Yeah.
That was
So
not
see,
happening
let's
in
get
the 80s
crowded
and
on here.
90s,
I'm gonna go, but
man.
I think you're awesome. I think you're right there at your prime, and if you get a Friday show
Oh,
with
Harmon, you're
lady,
making me feel awkward. You're making me feel awkward. Whatever you're doing right now. What
well,
Flow
no,
State,
you are.
why am I feeling a certain way
I'm like
with
your
it?
dad. I'm old enough to be your dad.
All right,
How
so
old
let's
are
get
you,
down to
Harmon?
this. How old on everyone?
66 almost.
He's 60 something. He's
Okay, he could be your dad.
All right, so here's the thing, Harmon. Now, let's get real, dude. I've been married and stuff and all. I just don't see that right now. It's not like something I want. The reality is, Harmon, I just kind of want to be like a gigolo Lothario. I want a true harem, dude. I'm not fucking like lying about that because
No,
I don't
you'll be
want to
like
control
my
these
great-grandfather.
shit.
My great-grandfather had it.
Bro, but here's the thing, I don't want wives and stuff. I want chicks, they could just do what they want. They can go out and do their own thing, and then I'm like the guy I'm okay with that. I don't want to possess somebody at this point in my life.
You cannot go out with a woman once
I'm
at
easy.
your age and the woman not wanting you. Any woman you go out with at your age is going to want to marry you the next day. That's
I
just the way
know
it is.
this. Yeah, believe me, I know this, Harmon. I know it. But okay, I'll look into whoever you said from TikTok.
I don't know if she'll do anything. I don't know. I've just watched her. Don't know her or nothing. But I think if you could get her on a Friday show or a Monday show or something once a week, I think your channel will just blow up and you'll just have
It's
so much
not
more
going
impact.
to. You think so, but it's not, dude. The channels like this, you just got to build slow off time. Flow State's got chicks all over his channel, man. It's the same thing. He's building a slow and steady audience.
Like he said, he doesn't have a structured show. If you do a structured one day a week, it's going to be that one day a week will be.
What do you think, Sarah? Is Harmon onto something? Do I need to bring like a female? I have Rose. Rose and I work well, but Rose doesn't want to be here all the time. Rose has her own thing. So if Harmon wants me to have like a
cross over the YouTube world to the TikTok world, where the flat Earth builds up. She's a big time truther.
All right, I'm gonna look into it. Sarah, what do you think? Do I need to get like a more feminine vibe on my show to bounce off of? I'm kind of okay because here's the thing, Harmon. I'm kind of like a Howard Stern guy. I didn't try to be like Howard Stern-esque, but I just grew up on Howard, so it's like infused in me. That's why when you see this like kind of like this attitude I have with women and the things I say, it's crude. It's kind of like harsh and brash. And I know it goes against like Clint aging Adonis fucking Patrick Swayze mindset.
I like it. I dig it, man. And the women don't mind it either. It's just every once in a while you'll give in a little hot in some bad timing. You know what I'm saying?
I would never compare you to Howard Stern. You're way more of a gentleman than Howard Stern. Howard Stern he acts like he's never been around a pretty woman every time he's around one.
Yeah, but it's shtick, Harmon. It's just shtick, though. It's just it's for comedic effect.
I don't think he is. I think
Rose
he's a fucking
knows.
retard.
I'm gonna look into. Well, he is. He's politically stupid. He's progressive. He's dummy. That's why I don't listen to him. I haven't in like 20 years, but less than 20. Yeah. But there goes Harmon. Much love. What do you think, Sarah? Hold on. I want to talk to Sarah. I've talked to you a million times, Clint. I'm trying to talk to Sarah here. Jesus.
Gotcha.
I think you do a great job.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, as long as Sharon's not on, then I'm definitely watching you.
Wait, as long as who's not on?
As long as Sharon's not on, I'm definitely watching you.
Why you and your husband have a thing against Jaren? What's the problem with Jaren?
No, we love Jaren. No. Like if he's like, I'm not watching you.
Oh, I see. I got you. So if Jaren's streaming, you guys are going to defer to Jaren. Gotcha.
Maybe.
Well, I can't be mad at that. That's he's Jaren. He's kind of like Angela says, he's the king of like this whole universe.
Is so
Flat Earth.
He's awesome. Everybody's awesome though, for real.
Not everybody.
Awesome. Well, no. I mean, like everybody that I've come across to that like a truther.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's hard to listen to you with my kids in the room though sometimes.
Yeah, I know that about myself, but that's just
No,
that's
I'm
the Z
kidding.
thing. It's just kind of, and going back to what like Harmon was saying, it's either the Z show is the Z show is either gonna like do its thing or it's not, but it's always gonna be Z show.
Yeah.
It's always gonna be Z
Yes,
show.
yeah. It's all good. We love
Forget
it.
about
Me and
it,
my
huh?
husband love it.
But
My daughter
Sarah,
came in the other day. She was like, "Mama, the Z show's on," because it came up on her home screen. I was like, "Yeah,
well,
Z's live.
yeah, Z's live." She's 8.
the way I look at this whole thing is like, okay, like Sarah, even Jaron, when he was on my show, his quote to me was, "My channel's dead. His channel's dead." That was his quote to me. And I know his channel's not dead. He still gets thousands of views, but relatively speaking, when he was not being censored and shadow banned, his channel was growing, and people were, then all of a sudden they dropped the hammer on the content, and now he has to deal with it. And I know he's trying to do creative, means to like expand his content and move, but his quote was that his channel's fucking dead. And it's a shame to hear, but that's the reality of this whole thing. And I've said this before, I don't know how much financial success there is in this endeavor. Coming on every day and telling people the earth's flat, that I don't see any way to make millions of dollars doing that. So I just don't see any road to that. So whatever financial means are there, it's got to be creativity behind it. Like we were saying with Flow State. Like I know Flow State, he and I I know where Flow State stands on the cosmology, but he doesn't hammer the flat earth thing because he's created, like he said, a community, and he's building ways to monetize what he does in a creative fashion. I'm trying to do the same thing. I'm trying to like build ways to make this financially successful for me in creative ways. And there's ways. I have somebody in the back. Let me bring him up. I'm a little scared to bring this person up, but I'll do it. Town Bicycle. Welcome to the show.
Thank you very much. Hello, everyone.
Oh, it's Lindsay.
All right.
Yeah. I wanted to make a point about progressives not being that bad, and here's why. It kind of fits with your ideology and your philosophy about having some freedoms and not being too constricted and constrained, and owning people and people owning you. And you were saying you want a little break from the traditional kind of relationship thing. So why not?
You, Lindsay, are you basically advocating for yourself regarding me? Is that what we're talking about? Come on, you could say it.
No.
It's yes. Flow State, what's the deal with this Lindsay chick? You seem to know her. You seem to know her a bit more. Clint, is this the point where you say like I go overboard and I need to pull back? And
why are you?
She knows you. You can let it fly. That's all right.
Oh, okay.
Kind of red herring this conversation, though. The point
Lindsay's
where
badass. Don't come around her.
You should genuinely and truly be yourself. And I say should because sometimes people aren't. And then you have this kind of feeling like something's wrong. So what if you actually did, kind of bucked societal norms for a little while, like you do in your thinking, your esoteric thinking, and had relationships in your own way, the way that you want to too? What if you just tried it? And what I'm talking about is just not having to marry someone, not having to be there 24/7 and have some kind of traditional arrangement.
Right. So I kind of see what you're saying. I'm having a hard time like putting people's words together tonight. It could be a lot of reasons. So what you're basically saying is I should just expand my horizons when it comes to my dating life, and I shouldn't limit myself.
No, I'm not giving advice. I'm saying why not? Because if I gave you advice not fully knowing you well, it would be kind of lame.
Fair
enough. I'm trying to point out the fact that you're progressive in your beliefs, right? With all these esoteric things that people are afraid to talk about because they'll be isolated or shunned or.
All right. So here's the thing, Lindsay. I actually agree with you. You might be surprised to hear that because I'm
She's
not really interested in what a woman thinks about anything at this point in my life. You get it? Clint, is this the point where I go? Is this so?
Let her fly, baby.
Is this dark humor? Is this dark
She's
humor,
tough.
or is this the truth?
She is and she knows you're fucking around.
No, I don't.
No, I'm not fucking around. That's you. No, it's okay. Okay, so here's the thing.
Clint's
all right,
trying
so
to
Lindsay,
save you.
Here's the thing. I'm beyond saving Flow State. We know that by now.
I tried and I gave up.
Yeah. So here's the thing. It's like, okay, so like I go like say to this like local grocery store, and there's like a younger woman there, and she's fairly attractive, and she's just a young woman. Let's call her, I don't know, whatever. Now, I'm in no way interested in anything that she thinks, her belief systems. I don't care about her politics. I don't give a fuck at this point. But I would be willing to entertain time with her. I don't care what she thinks at this point. I don't even care at all what she thinks. I don't really want to like have conversations. Like I'll let her talk and I'll like do that, but I'm not looking for this like soul connection where we're pillow talking with each other and actually having these have. But I just want, that's all I want from these ladies.
Have a lot of standards
so
right
two
now.
extremes, you know. There's no balance.
Say what you want
in the middle.
about it. Say what you want about it. Just is what it is.
Okay. What's that for?
I mean,
and there's women out there that are taking that as a challenge right now.
That's true.
Ironically, yeah. But like what Harmon said, like me getting married and doing that, it's not really what I'm okay with my life the way it is. It's full in a lot of ways. But still, Lindsay, I think you still meant you. I think like you meant like, oh, just speaking generalities, but you were talking about yourself.
Actually, no. I mean, I think you're very attractive and you're intelligent, but there's a few stopping points there, you know.
Okay, what are the stopping points? Flow State, Flow State knows you better than I do, so I'm glad he's up here.
He should answer it, huh? What are the stopping points?
Go ahead. What are the stopping points, Lindsay? What are the red flags? Should we go ask Sarah? Sarah, what are my red flags? What's going on?
That's not really fun for you at all, and you're just gonna negate it anyway. So I'm not here to.
Maybe I'll learn from it. Maybe you'll tell me what my red flags are. And all that. I'm not arguing with you, Lindsay.
This would be a good show segment right here.
No,
you
I know.
guys boxing, it'd be sweet.
It is a good show segment. It's like how Jack and Margot have foreplay.
I'm just trying to understand you a little better because sometimes I don't know when you're kidding and when you're not. You have extra dry sense of humor. I'm used to the sarcasm, etc. But
all right, so go ahead. Ask me some questions. Ask me some questions.
I'm going to ask you a question, just random about anything. Okay.
Well, maybe you want to get to know me better. We can do it here in front of everybody.
Yeah.
Okay. Unless they're complaining too much, then I can also be quiet.
Can I get you to anything? Bloody Mary, lemon drop. My space was lemon drop. Jamaican vacation. Anything? Water.
Just because you find someone attractive and intelligent doesn't mean you're a good match or anything.
Okay. So what are my red flags? What are my stopping points, as you said?
Well, first is pretty obvious. You don't. I mean, if I were in a serious relationship or even half serious one, I would at least like to be heard and like to be listened to genuinely, not by somebody who can go, yep.
And that's not going to happen. It's zero. It's not going to happen.
Yeah, right. That right there is it.
But here's the question, Lindsay. How many guys have you fucked right off the bat that didn't pay attention to anything you said? I'm going to guess the number's more than 3.
The entire football team.
Meaning to say, yeah, you say you want a guy who's going to listen to you and like be there for a relationship, but that doesn't necessarily translate to sexual attraction. You see this guy next to me, Clint, this aging Adonis. I guarantee you, Clint has had sex with no less than 20 women who probably didn't even know his first name. Am I right, Clint? Yes or no? I was right, exactly. Case in point. Case in point.
I bet you he has a good amount of STDs too.
No.
Oops.
Like I think they do. I've been with a lot of fun-loving women. That's fun-loving. excuse me, as fun loving as me.
All
Did
right,
you make it
Clint.
sound any more like you're lying?
No, I
You know
definitely
what
not
I
lying.
noticed?
Clint, round
I
number.
noticed-
How many one night stands have you had in your life? Round number.
Yeah, I don't know.
About 100. Be honest. About 100. Guarantee
I
it.
just want to. Too many. It was way too many, and depression is a motherfucker. I mean, you think you're on top of the world, but I'm telling you, I think mankind needs to have a discussion about depression. I think it's sorry to bum it down. I just did this for a future show, and then we'll get back to this. Depression is a tricky son of a bitch, man. I think it's at the root of a lot of our problems.
So you're saying no matter how many women you were slaying night after night, it didn't really bring you fulfillment, right?
I wish I kind of, and I wish I would have, because I was a slut before 1991, but in 1991 I re-established a relationship with a woman who had 2 kids and her husband had died. I should have gotten together with her and helped her raise her 2 kids.
Hold on, nobody can hear you.
Oh, sorry. So slutting around is great. It was fun, but it's not all cracked up. You know what I'm saying? Next week, depression.
I'm just picturing Clint like after like his 70th one night stand of the year. Like the next morning, he's walking home, smoking a cigarette, just thinking about his life and just wondering where he went wrong and what's wrong with these ladies. And he's just driving around like just despondent, depressed. It's right, Clint. There's you can't bang the depression away. It just doesn't happen.
I'm telling you, man, you
I like how hard Clint tried to take it into like a downbeat topic, and he failed.
3 relationship twice for a little bit of extended period of time.
Hold on, Clint. Let's focus on you, dude, because you're going off here. Clint's spurging right now, everybody.
I'm telling you.
Hold on, Clint. Let's focus on you, Sarah.
No.
Do you agree with Clint that really it's there's a high degree of depression and people need to focus on like relationships more than these like surface level meaningless interactions? What do you think?
I don't remember 3/4 of the names of the women I was with. That's stupid and ridiculous. It is. It's stupid and ridiculous.
I was on a lot of medication for depression, and it makes you like so much sicker and more depressed too. So it's like a vicious cycle.
Yeah, it's messed up. It's totally messed up.
Yeah.
Wait, Flow State's friend's Barbie's in the back. This Barbie chick. Flow State, did you tell her that I'm like into her and stuff, or does she know what she's coming into?
You have to tell her.
Actually, she asked me, what's going on? What am I coming into? And I was like, nothing. Don't overthink it.
Well, I know she's not into me. She's more into like a you or even like an Illumitami. I know that much. Like she'd pick Illumitami over me. She thinks I'm nuts, but
you never know.
I'm into her because this chick's like Trailer Park Dirty and I like it. Let's bring her up. Barbie, welcome to the show.
Wow, that's such a stellar intro. I don't even know.
Oh, she's even got that she's even got that Miley Cyrus voice that just
I think she is very pretty, and I've seen her.
Thank you.
I know she is. I'm into this chick. Hold on, let me get a gander at her.
I think me and Miley Cyrus are like similarly geographically close. That's probably why we sound the same.
Well, you have that Miley vibe, like you have that like
camel lights. It's filtered camel lights.
Yeah, but that turns me on in like such a big way.
Me too.
He's like, what am I coming into? Nothing.
Nothing. It's like you're overthinking it. And I'm like, I'm not overthinking it. I think you're just you're being super vague.
Barbie, let me ask you this question, put you on the spot a little bit. If you liked a guy, you found him attractive and intelligent, but he didn't have a care in the world really what you thought or what your opinions are. and he just kind of, wanted you for however long he wanted you for whatever, but he doesn't really want to hear you, listen to you.
Yeah.
How would you feel about that guy?
Barbie doesn't care. Barbie just wants to.
Oh, I care.
Barbie wants like. Go ahead, Barbie.
Oh, I care. I care. That was like the first, not the first baby's dad, the second baby's dad, and then the last relationship, which is technically a current like situationship.
Again, see, this is what I'm talking about. Is women are like they'll say. Flo State's laughing. They say so many.
This isn't my thing. That's not.
It's not your thing, but you're reproducing.
No, it's. I didn't reproduce with this one. No, I'm smarter than that.
But you're fucking them. That's my point. Is they say a bunch of nonsense.
We're trying to get Z to be smoother.
No, we live together. We don't sleep together. We don't even sleep on the same floor.
Holy God, I'm losing my mind. Here's the thing the point I'm trying to make. I'm trying to teach the younger men in my audience. Clint and fucking Harmon, you know what
we're trying to teach them
is the young guys in my audience. I'm trying to teach them this, and I'm glad you're here, Barbie. Is this because Lindsay's going to come up and talk about, I want a guy to listen to me and go and date like the guy she dated, and she didn't even fuck him on Valentine's Day. But the reality is, the guys that ladies are getting wet for, the guys that these ladies are spreading their legs for,
oh my God,
are the complete opposite of those guys. They're the bad boys. They're the guy who don't give a shit about them. The guys with options
that is true.
Are the ones who are getting laid. So why do you want me to come up here and be a simp and fucking advocate to all my listeners to be an idiot simp retards when that's the?
I think they listened at first. They had to listen at first, or they would have never have got past point one. They would have never have got past that if they didn't listen at first. Like, at least with me, that was the case. Like, if you're not talking to me, I'm going to know you're not listening by the way you respond.
They were just pretending to listen, and they were trying their hardest until they can get in your panties.
I think the key is to have both elements. I mean, I know you can't have everything, but to have somebody who's a bad boy, but he's fun, but he's not a complete prick who doesn't care what you have to say at all. You know what I mean? So
right. So you want the impossible thing. So you want the guy to be two things at the same time that are completely incompatible. You want him to be an alpha bad boy, but yet at the same time be a sensitive Ryan Gosling.
Maybe 15 minutes ago, you were talking to Flo and this gentleman right here to your right, and you were relaxed, you were at ease. Was kind of seeing another side of you, kind of a more relatable side. Then the chicks got on Doc, and then what happened?
Oh my God, you're such a gaslighter, Lindsay. You're such a gaslighter.
What happened,
did you have to learn this, Lindsay, or did you
now we're fighting?
No, because I'm calling these broads out on their bullshit, Clint. That's what it is. And you, Lindsay.
No, I'm pretty honest and upfront with what I want. And then these guys cannot get it through their fucking head. Like, straight up. The last three dudes that I've got any ill will towards is over something as simple as two things. You fucked up, you know that, and you can't say, I'm sorry. I don't want flowers. I don't want bullshit cards, notes, fucking sappy text messages. Bitch, say you're sorry and acknowledge what the fuck you did, and we'll move on. It is that simple with me. You can't do that? Get the fuck out of my fucking face. Don't come around here day tomorrow acting like you don't know why the fuck I'm still mad at your bitch ass. This is why.
Right.
Like, I'll spray paint it on the side of the house, and the motherfucker will get up the next day and be like, I don't know why she's mad. Oh my God. No, y'all are not listening.
RT, should I try it out?
Yeah.
Oh,
you'll probably have better luck with it.
Okay, because I'm
like, if you bring me shit, I'm gonna shut up for 5 minutes. As soon as that that feeling goes away, I'm gonna be like, oh yeah, I'm mad at this motherfucker, and he didn't apologize.
Let me ask you something, Barbie. What's like a fun time with you? Like, say you're entertaining tonight with a gentleman, and like you're in the mood, and you know, what is it? Like, what are you drinking? I'm thinking like you're like a rum and coke type of chick or something.
No.
What's up with you? Tell me how.
No, I drink whiskey, but I don't drink very often. And I'm trying to think about the first time we ever went on a date. We went and got something to eat. I can't remember where we ate at, and then we brought it back here and watched The Walking Dead, because that was when Walking Dead was like really big, and we were like watching like a particular season. and we got halfway through the season. We had hung out before. This is the first time we had hung out like alone.
So you're
together.
giving me your latest relationship, like your newest.
That was
guy,
like 8 years ago. That was 8 years ago. That was our first date like 8 years ago. We're not together anymore. We live in the same house. We're not together. And he will tell you the same thing.
Flow State, do you know this? She
vocal about
lives in
that.
a house with a guy. They're not together. Flow State, are you aware of this information? You're muted, Flo.
I was gonna say that I am aware of it. That doesn't mean I understand it.
Right. So you are.
A lot of
aware
people just think I hold him hostage and I won't let him come out. But that's not true.
All right, so you're not the first lady who's brought this up to me, where you're living with somebody who was even your ex, but you're not together.
Yeah.
So how's that work? Can he bring chicks home and can you bring guys home? And that's got to be complicated.
I don't know if he does or not, because I just respect the fact that he has the floor upstairs. I don't go up there without letting him know I'm going up there first. I'll be like, yo, I'm coming upstairs to do whatever, because the kitchen's up there. The laundry is on that floor above that. If he brings chicks home, I wouldn't know. And I'm respectful enough to where like this is actually his house. So I wouldn't bring guys back here. And that's not really on my agenda right now anyways. Like dating and guys and stuff is not on my agenda.
Right. So you're living there with him and you guys, you don't cross paths and stuff. Okay. So let me, so say you want to go up and cook. You want to go
I just
cook
saw him a
dinner and
minute ago.
stuff. So-
Yeah. Yeah,
Right.
because I just
so you're up
cooked.
there. I can't even imagine. Clint, could you ever live in that situation? There's no way Clint could do this. I can't. I couldn't do it.
How
There's no
depressed
way.
of a Clint are we talking about?
I wanted. Probably.
Well, there's certain things
If
chicks
I-
do
if
that
I
guys just
had
don't
to.
do.
Well, it depends on your situation. Maybe you have to be in this situation financially. or
That too.
whatever.
That's
So
part,
hold
that
on.
is
So
part of it.
hold on. So
At
Barbie,
this
let me
finance, you
just.
gotta make the best of it.
All right. So say
Well-
Barbie, you're up in the kitchen and you're making some like spaghetti or something, right? You know.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're making your spaghetti and stuff, and he walks in the kitchen. Do you guys like talk to each other? Is it like, how was your day?
Yeah.
Well, how's that go?
Yeah. He's like, hey, what's up? I'm like, what's up? He's like, what are you doing? I'm like, cooking. You want some? He's like, what are you making? And if he doesn't want any, he doesn't want any.
Oh, so you'll cook him food and stuff. So you're like his
Yeah.
wife, but you're not saying you're his wife.
Yeah. And he brings
Why don't
me
you
food
just be
too
his
all the time.
wife? Why don't you just fuck him and stuff and be his wife?
Get
What's wrong with
married?
that?
That's fucking absurd.
I don't mean get
That's
married. but, like,
insane.
be his- I don't mean get married. I'm just
So
saying
you
like
have
it
no
kind of
problem
seems
being
like
That's an investment. That is a freaking investment. Getting married to someone, that type of, it's not that I can't be committed. It's for one, they can't be committed. They don't know how to be fucking honest. I don't have time for games because I'm almost 40 and most of them have been older than me and they still act like they're in middle school. No, I don't got time for that shit.
right.
I don't.
Exactly.
I don't.
Exactly.
I'm a grandma, so I'm a little bit more advanced than them, even though I'm younger than them. And they still want to fuck around and play stupid middle school games. I don't got time for that shit. I don't.
Oh my god. Clint, why am I attracted to fucking chicks like this, dude? Well, I don't know what's wrong with me. It's crazy.
I got mommy issues.
Couple years. Shit.
It's fucking dysfunctional as fuck, man. It's so fucked up. So Clint, that's the thing you were saying where I shouldn't like disparage women like that by saying like I'm fucked up for liking like I kind of know where you guys are coming from, I think. But here's my question:
You're
like,
doing fine, really. I just said, keep just keep an eye on yourself. That's all.
I'm picturing Clint. What do you do, Clint? What do you do when you watch Z Show? Like, what's your whole Z Show experience at night? What do you do? Kick your feet up, pack a bowl. What's your like ritual?
I'm on my second. I'm halfway through my second joint, and yeah.
And you're just chilling.
Yeah.
I
have a bad back, so I have to. I can't stay in one position for long, so I have to get up and move. But I'll get in a reclined position for about 15 minutes, and then I got to get up and move.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
I want to go back to this fucking Barbie. Is that like Barbie? Let me ask you, what does he get out of the deal right now? So you live at the house, and he lives on the other floor.
I clean the house. I do the laundry. I take care of the dog that we share. I clean the car. I make sure that he gets to like he's got legal stuff going on. So I make sure that he actually gets up and go to all those appointments that he's supposed to.
So you're doing wifey stuff. You're like his wife, but not his wife at the same time. So how long were you guys together, Barbie?
Like 7 years. 7 years.
All right. And then when did you break up, but like not break up, obviously? Like how did you designate the breakup?
It was pretty abrupt. And it was around the time my brother passed away about a year ago. So it was around the same time that all that was going on. And I think it had to do with
you lost your mind, and then you projected out on him. Right.
Yeah.
And then
he's
he's just waiting for you to come back around and just kind of
no, because he's cheated on me like multiple times and got caught and then act like he didn't.
And
I'm
you still
like,
stayed with him. And that's my point to the younger guys.
I'm like, this is what we're not doing.
You're attractive. Like you said, you might
That's
be
why he's on another
grandma
floor
and stuff, but like you're attractive. But the thing is, my point is this: he was able to hold you as an attractive woman in your 30s by cheating on you multiple times. Now there was probably fights and stuff, but you still stayed with him. That's my point.
Yeah,
you're making my point.
Yeah. Oh, I know. Do you know? I think about this at least every other day. This occurs to me, and I'm like, you know why this is happening, you dumbass? Because you taught him it was okay to do that shit because you stayed. This is your fault too, dummy. I had this conversation myself every day. Every day.
It goes back to my point is that
is it hard to find women to get the job done? Does that?
That's what it is, Clint. It's what it is, Clint. It's that women. It's like I said earlier in the show.
No, I'm just burnt out on it because my other two relationships were also really shitty, and I'm just fucking burnt out on it. Like I'm just burnt out on it. I'm like, no, I'm good. I'm so good.
All right, I'm ending the show. I got to move on to the news. I feel despondent after the show. I don't know where. I don't know what to do. I don't know.
Wait, where's Lindsay?
How's this?
What happened to Lindsay?
She aged
she
so
went to go
fast.
find
She's
something
gone.
bloodier, and then she lost the link. I put the end of the link back down there for her, but she's
What's it right? Amending it. Lindsay's out of her mind. She's none of these women doesn't know what to do with me. Sarah, it was nice meeting you. Come back and talk to me again, and your husband also. I'm glad you guys like the show. I appreciate it. I appreciate all my listeners, guys. I really do.
Much love.
Back to you, Sarah. It's
You
nice
too.
to meet you.
Yes, you too. You too. Have a good night, guys.
Yeah. She's another one. She's pretty. She has a nice smile. You know what's weird, Clint? As like brash and fucking like lewd as I am, like you said, I have like a 50% female listener ratio, dude.
You're doing great, man.
Which is weird.
Lindsay's fun. You're having fun. It's that. And
no, Lindsay's got a weird fatal attraction thing with me, Mr. Clint. It's fucking fucked up.
Well,
it's
Lindsay's
fucked up.
awesome, though.
Up to be the perfect fixer-upper, but he's not.
You're right, Flo. I'm not. Go ahead. Explain why, because you said this before, and I think you're on something. Go ahead.
Oh, I don't know what you're thinking about. I just don't think that you are. But I think you could be. I think that chicks like you naturally, and then you instantly kick sand on it. I'm not sure why. Actually, I don't have a theory. Why?
Interesting. I wonder what my theory is.
You're
Because
still bitter. You're still bitter, man. You have a little bitter.
Still bitter. Exactly. I'm still bitter.
It's reasonable. She wanted Fauci cupcakes. I mean, that's pretty
bitter,
fucking
man.
bad.
You'll break out of it. Sure, don't worry.
Probably not. Like Harmon wants me to get married and have kids and stuff. I'm looking for like a Barbie. No. Like you see this Barbie chick who's like I'm looking for like a Barbie, not necessarily Barbie, but I'm looking for like a whacked out chick who just doesn't know when to shut the fuck up. But I don't care because I know she's a party. I know she's a fucking party. That's what I'm looking for.
You
not a party.
Want to relax, chill for a little bit, and then who knows what.
Like if you're like into getting stabbed, that's probably what's gonna happen.
He is,
and that's exactly Flow State knows.
Because I just don't have a very like.
As long as he can.
Look, in his fantasy, you were cooking spaghetti.
Yeah, where. Well, it goes horribly wrong like that.
Bottom, he wants to be stabbed, Barbie.
It's not hard to do with me.
I know Barbie's not into me. I'm not her type, but I know she's into you, Mr.
You don't know that. Like you don't know that.
Oh, yes, I do.
That's so funny.
Yes, I do.
No.
You're in the flow state. Everybody knows it, Barbie. Anybody who goes by his show and sees you on there knows you are in love with him, which I understand why. I could see why that you have a thing for flow. But I want you to tell me and him and my audience what it is about Mr. Flow State. Look, you're giggling like a schoolgirl. Look at her flow.
Because we get this all the time.
Flow State,
It's
is your
funny.
wife listening to this part right here?
I'm sure she is.
She's probably laughing too.
I just want to point out how I'm never going to be able to say you're overthinking it to her again.
No, I don't even know if Flo has seen my ex or whatever. Like, but if I showed you a picture, then you guys would be like, "Oh, so she's really not into Flo." Like, I don't. So yeah, they're like night and day. I just think it's funny that everybody says
that doesn't matter. Women don't have types.
Y'all wouldn't. Nobody knows what is my type.
Here's what women
I could be
do.
into freaking space aliens for all y'all know.
No, we know you're in the flow
last
state.
night on the show.
Women go, whatever guy they leave, their next guy is the opposite in their mind. So whatever they picture the guy they were with, if he's like, say, a biker guy with tattoos, the next guy they're with is going to be like an accountant with a fucking tie. You understand? They'll fucking just go to the opposite fucking guy just because women are fucked in the head like that.
Hey, man. I'm telling you.
Okay, so I mean, I can see your theory would kind of make sense. Maybe I guess I'm not.
It does make sense. It always does. Look who's here. Look who's on camera.
Hi. I hate being the center of attention. Stop.
Oh, listen to that voice you have. Hold on. Hold on a second. Hold on. But everybody say goodbye except don't judge me. I need to focus on this.
No.
Stop it. Stop it. Bye, everybody. Much
Hey,
love.
thanks, Z. Have a good weekend, man. I appreciate it.
Don't do this to me. Oh my God.
Dig my theme song, man.
Please,
Right
don't
back,
do this
Clint.
to me.
Who's still up here? Hold on.
Why
Bye,
did I
Sarah. It
come
was nice
here?
to meet you.
I came up because Flo and Barbie were here. No.
Yeah, well, they're gone now. Hold on a second. Rose is excited. She's been waiting for this moment.
I can't stay long. I have to go.
All
shortly.
right, I know. I got to end my show anyway. It's a Friday show. Did you see the
Very
Friday
good.
vibes? More relaxed, more of this.
Yes. I came up
Right.
real quick to say hi to Flo and Barbie.
All right. Well, you said hi to him. Now you're going to talk to me. So, what did you think about the multiple opinions that people had on me, yours truly, tonight? Now, Clint basically said that I'm too crass, too lewd and crude when it comes to the ladies. Harmon said basically the same thing, but I'm really a good guy at heart and I should get married and have kids. Flow State just thinks that I trip on my own dick with these ladies. They show interest and I just sabotage it right off the bat. Heidi agreed with him. What's your take?
I
Don't
agree.
judge me.
I agree with Heidi and Flo.
You agree with
But
Heidi
I don't
and
know
Flo,
if it's like that's your, it's your stick. It's your shtick, whatever you call it. Is that really you?
God, why do I love your voice so much? The first time I heard your voice on that damn Illuminatommy's channel, I was like enchanted by you. Do you let your husband like listen to this shit? Does he know like the weird sick shit that you're involved in? No, he doesn't. No, he doesn't.
No.
What
I
do
mean,
you do?
he
You wear
kinda
you
knows, like Sean talks about it sometimes, and like he knows about Jack Talcott. He knows about.
he must think
Paul.
he must think you're losing your fucking mind.
No, I mean, no, he knows. Like, yeah, he accepts it.
So my theory on you is you're Alice and you stumbled into Wonderland, because I guarantee you before you saw Zetetic Warrior, you probably never knew that there's people that think the earth is flat. Yes or no?
No,
I knew it.
absolutely.
So you
not.
stumbled into some weird world where a bunch of people now that you're listening to
Wait, what
say
was
the earth
question?
is flat.
No, I knew that. No, I was.
Oh,
into,
you did. You knew
Yeah,
people
I
were into the
researched.
flat
I've
earth
been
thing.
researching flat Earth since probably 2016, I think.
Really? So you're into this
Yeah.
kind of stuff.
I
I didn't think that
told
about
you.
you. I didn't
Yeah,
get that
that's
about
why
you.
Sean kind of mentioned me, because when we started talking, I'm like, oh shit, a crazy fucking neighbor that's into like crazy shit that I'm into.
Got you. Oh man, your voice is just that. All right, so all right, I'm gonna have a hard time here. I'm already feeling myself losing it. I'm fucking losing it right now, everybody. I'm just saying. I almost didn't do the show tonight, DJM. I almost canceled it. Do you know that?
Why Friday nights are popular? Ask HMIC Steve.
Well, because it's Friday night, and that's why. Because I'm like, oh, people aren't going to want to sit here and watch this, but I guess they do because it seems like it's the same people and the same everything. So, I guess I'll keep doing it. So, all right, let's get down to it. It's mostly shtick for me. I'm not really looking to meet ladies online. Don't judge me. But I'm also not against it. In reality, like that Christy Lee Dolls, who's been here the last couple of days, I would have entertained like time with her if she were willing. Like I even like made like a half-hearted attempt to do so. But once she just didn't bite right away, I just fucking blocked her. And then
What do you mean by bite? Bite? She didn't take the plane ticket.
Yeah, because okay, Christy Lee Dolls is interested in me, like big time. She's basically in love with me, but well, in a way that she can be, because I don't think she could really love men, but in her way, she wanted me in her life. But in her view, it's like we live together and like, you know, do that whole like love thing. But I know she's incapable of love. Her history shows it. She's a serial monogamist. Since the year I've known Christy Lee Dolls, we're on like boyfriend number 4. And it's the same story with each of them. It's, oh, she's, you know, over the moon about this new guy. He's wonderful. She cycles through the entire relationship in 3 months. And then she's back on the dating websites looking to do the whole thing again.
She's young.
She's not that young. She's not that young. She's like a mom and stuff already. She's not that young.
Okay.
Yeah, she's a mom and stuff. So in my mind, I'm like, okay, like, let me just see what I can get going with this chick. I even had Rose 777, like, behind the scenes trying to make it happen. And you know how Rose is. She's incessant. She gets something in her mind and she doesn't fucking stop.
Yeah, Rose will have you guys married with children in no time. Yep.
Well, yeah. Rose even offered to put me up at her house, wherever the fuck she lives, somewhere down south. She said, Z, get your ass down south. You can stay at my house.
I don't even know Rose, and I love her.
And then we'll get Christy Lee Dolls over. Rose is going to do the whole thing. But it just, and then I realized after the Christy Lee debacle that this isn't going to happen for me online. DJ, I'm interested in like just the random person that I meet in public. I don't care if she thinks Earth is flat or not. I don't care if she's like a libtard progressive. I don't even think I care anymore if she's fucking
wanted a girl that was a flat earther. I thought it was. No. Oh, okay.
I don't. Like I would in like an ideal world, but like in reality, I don't want that.
Because you can change her. You can.
No, I'm not interested in that.
Okay.
I'm interested in somebody who's just interested in something. So okay, let me boil it down to you and my listeners. I'm not looking to be emotionally involved with a woman. I'm not looking for that.
You want to have a sexual relationship with someone, with a woman.
Yes, correct. Okay. Preferably a number of women, right?
Several women you just want to have sex with.
Correct.
That's what I thought.
Yeah.
That's okay. Hey.
And here's the thing. I know that's going on right now. Don't judge me. Like that's a thing. I look, I know you have like kids and stuff. I don't know how old they are, but you probably have nieces and nephews and cousins and people you know.
Yeah.
You know what's going on with like this younger generation. They're all out there just doing their thing. It appears to be a free-for-all. I don't know. Do you see this in culture? That's what I see.
I see it. But what's different than our generation? Weren't we doing that also when we were younger? I mean,
I don't know. I don't know how old you are. You're probably a little bit younger than me.
I'm around your same age.
Yeah. Yeah.
We're close.
Oh, you must have been something else back in the day before you were married and stuff. Come on, yeah, I know. See the way she laughs, everybody. Guys who are listening to me, just listen to this chick right here. This chick. All right, I don't want to just paint a whole narrative about you like I tend to do.
Go ahead,
but
do it. You've already done it.
all right, so you've broken many hearts, and like not just any hearts, like guys, big tough men, cops, fucking lumberjacks, 6'4" plumbers. You've made them cry. How many times has like a super alpha lumberjack type of guy cried on your shoulder as you were breaking it off and you just thought, oh, you fucking sucker? I guarantee you no less than 10 times. Be honest. Be honest. I'm right, aren't I?
Way less than 10 times.
Way less than 10, but more than 3.
But I'm friends with all my exes. Like, we're still good friends. And my husband knows my exes.
Are you really going to go down this road with me saying shit like that?
Yeah.
You know they're not your friends, right?
No, my exes that I was in a long relationship with, my husband knows them and we're all still friends. I mean, we don't hang out and, but
so you're not friends with them, but they're in your social media. Do you know they're just waiting for the first crack in your marriage?
Yes.
Because you're at that part. How long have you been married?
know.
How long have you? So you do know. So then they're not your friends.
I've been married for 14 years.
All right. So they know that you're at a part in your marriage right now that either you're going to go through a divorce sometime soon, or you're going to end up staying with your husband probably for the long haul. But you're at that crux of your relationship, and guys know that instinctively.
Yes.
I know that instinctively.
I've had exes say the same thing. Yeah. Hubby doesn't know that. I wouldn't tell him that.
Right.
but-
Your husband doesn't know what I just said, and what I want all
he
my
doesn't
young
know
listeners
that.
to know.
And Sean is probably listening that knows my husband. So let's change the subject.
No, Sean's not listening. I know when he's here because he's restreaming me. So let's not. Because see this Nuba, look, this Nuba is a younger guy and he lives in Australia. I have a lot of young guys that listen to me. That's one of the reasons why I'm like rude and crude with these ladies, because I know there's guys like me who think it's fucking hilarious when I do my whole shtick. Guys like Clinton Harmon, they're old, so they're not into it. But
Love it.
I'm basically playing on I'm basically playing to the mindset of like a guy who's like me when I was like 35.
Yes. Love it.
So you just confirmed what I've been telling my younger male listeners is that your husband knows that you're friends with all these guys that you're exes, but you know as well as I do, and you just admitted, and you won't tell your husband, that they're just waiting in the background for the slightest crack in your marriage, just the slightest one.
Yeah.
Something that you post that's a little off kilter.
No, and Jay, hell yeah, is saying she's flirting. Basically, no, I'm not. This is me. I'm being myself. People think I'm flirtatious, but this is just my personality.
Right. She's sexy. Everybody knows you're sexy. They can tell. Will you cam up or no? Like I saw you in the background, but you don't see me.
I look like a mess. I was cleaning. I'll do it real quick.
So, yeah, let's just see what's going on here.
I have my glasses on. I'm a mess.
No, but even when your glasses on, you're that hot mom. Oh my God. God, you are a package.
Laundry. I'm always doing laundry.
God, I'm losing my mind tonight with these. Rose, Rose, you and I are gonna have to have a conversation soon, Rose. I need somebody to ground me a little bit. I'm losing my mind in my life.
Rose gets it.
Rose is a person I could relate to in life.
Yeah,
Rose might have been my sister in a different life.
Yeah,
somewhere.
Rose is like a female you.
She is a female me. It's Rose and I have a particular understanding that I don't think many people have.
I see that.
Okay, so your husband obviously doesn't know, or he doesn't want to know, that these men are just waiting for like that crack to come in. You know how I know that? Judge me. Don't judge me, because it's happened to me. I've been your husband on the receiving end. I've been married. I've been engaged. I've been in long-term relationships, all the above. Hey, people who want to know a little something about yours truly. I never had a problem with the ladies. ever.
I
All
get
right.
that. I can
Now,
see.
since my divorce, I've backed off on the whole thing. Since COVID hit, since the divorce, since I lost my career, I've backed off the whole thing. I'm fine with just coming on here, interacting with all you people, you know, smoking a little weed. I don't drink anymore. Maybe watching some old movies. I'm okay. I'm okay with that right now. But here's the truth. Don't judge me. I actually do want to get out there. And I realize, like Harmon said, Harmon, much love if you're still listening. Harmon's right that if I just keep letting the years tick by, I'm going to miss out on some experiences that I'm not going to be able to get back.
And because
So I could
your
go ahead.
40s are important. I mean, don't you feel really good in your 40s? Your mid 40s?
I feel better than ever, truthfully.
Ever, right?
Yeah.
It's like the best feeling ever. You don't give a shit.
I don't give a shit anymore. Like, it's funny. You realize that about me. Like, it's
because I'm the same way. We're around the same age. So
the don't give a shit meter's high on me. I don't fucking care. There's nothing you can say, oh, I'm going to throw you in jail. I'd be like, oh, okay, that'll be something I'll have to deal with. Or it's like, I'm not, you know, like I said, I don't want to come on here and talk about like, you know, what I do for a livelihood and how I choose to interact with the government when it comes to things like that. But just suffice it to say, I'm off the reservation. Don't judge me. Just put it like that. Okay.
Okay.
And you're right about that. So I get what like people are trying to tell me. Like, okay, dude, you know, you got to be able to balance this and don't exclude certain experiences from your life and things like that. But the realities don't judge me. I'm looking for like somebody like you. I don't mean you. I'm just saying like a you, like where you are. Of course, I'm interested in younger chicks too, but somebody like you would be good for me because I'd imagine, let's just take a thought experiment.
Okay, but I'm just not going to have sex with you.
Right. Hold on. Okay. Well, you're married and stuff.
No, I'm saying, and hypothetically speaking.
No, but here's the thing. If you got divorced,
sex.
If you got divorced, like say you got divorced, like next year you're divorced.
All right.
You would go through a 6 to 12 month period where you would be having random sexual experiences. I know that, and you know it.
Okay.
There'd be a window where you would do that.
6 to 12 months. Okay.
Okay. So what I'm looking for is basically a you in that window, because there's a lot of yous in that little period that they're going through. So
I don't know.
That's kind of where I am.
I might get clingy. I don't know. I'd have to be in that situation.
See, Tracy says there are women out there that want the same as you, Z. Exactly, Tracy. You know that, and I know that. So I'm okay with that at this point.
So just sex for 6 to 12 months? Only
no,
sex?
but see, it's not just sex.
With
okay,
no
so
connection, you're gonna have sex with someone for 6 to 12 months with no connection.
No, because the way I have it all in my mind is like there's actually really a connection that's like kind of sweet and cute, but I say it's not a connection. Yeah. Like I don't pay attention to you, but when we're together, you can tell that I'm into you. But I don't like give you the indications except when we're together. Like I want to keep you
high school stuff.
Yeah, exactly. It sounds like high school, and that's what women want. They want high school. Women never really grow out of that high school thing. They're perpetually in that state of immaturity. So it's like that. It's like where like I'm not into you, but like I am into you when we're together, but I pretend like I'm not. And I kind of make you feel bad about yourself. Right? But then I reinforce you again. And I'm basically just gaslighting the shit out of you and making you hopelessly in love with me. It's kind of like really what I'm going for.
Sounds familiar.
Yeah, exactly. All right, so you've been married for 14 years, but you still have guys from 14 years ago that you're like involved with? That doesn't sound right.
No. I mean, involved, no, but friends that we still...
You still what?
We keep in contact.
What do you mean by that? Like your Facebook friends?
No, I have a friend that he was my cousin's best friend, and we started dating when I was probably around 20, and we bought a house together. we never got married, but we were basically married with a house and a dog.
Mm-hmm.
And then we broke
Do you know
up.
he's in love with you? You know that, right?
Yes, he tells me my husband knows. Yeah,
Your
he's
husband knows
remarried
about
and
him, but he
he knows
loves
about
you.
him, yeah.
He would leave
But
his wife in a second for you. Just saying.
Uh,
Yeah,
I
he's in
mean,
love with you. Because
but
I'm in love with you and I don't even fucking know you. So I know he's in love with you.
but it's weird because he was part of our family, like with my cousin's friend and my whole family. He was family before I started dating him.
Come on, that's bullshit. Don't give me that family stuff.
No, he
What are you
was. I
talking
know. It's weird. I know. His name is Jay, and he's still till this day part of the family. And my husband knew that and he accepted him.
Who broke the relationship off 14 years ago or however long it was?
Oh, it was way before 14 years.
And it was you, right? You did. You broke his heart.
I did.
Yeah, you destroyed his heart. Why did you leave? Be honest with me and my
Stop.
audience.
I can't. My heart aches. Okay, stop. Can we change the subject?
No, because my listeners
I
need
knew
to hear
this was going to happen.
You knew it was going to happen because people need to hear this.
I don't want to.
You left because you thought there was better stuff out there.
No, I was young.
You were young, right?
Yeah.
And he broke his heart into a million pieces, and he never recovered even to this day. Unbelievable. Don't cry. It's okay. Or do it.
I'm not going to cry. It just sounds pretty bad. But yeah.
It's bad. What would you recommend? Do you have kids? Do you have a son or just daughters?
I have 2 boys.
Oh, you have 2
boys. I have a
boys.
13-year-old, like Flo has a 13-year-old daughter. I have a 13-year-old boy.
Right.
And I have a 7-year-old boy.
So you got 2. Yeah. Sorry. So one of your
boys.
Gotcha. Now, when you imagine your boys when they start interacting with women, when that happens,
oh God,
you're imagining them not as like a simpy guy with roses and Hallmark movies. You're imagining your boys being little fucking players.
No, that's
yes,
not
you
what
are.
I'm
yes,
no,
you
I'm not.
are.
Hell
Be
no.
honest.
Hell no.
This is when women aren't honest.
No, I'm being dead serious. Dead serious.
Well, then you need to let me talk to one of your kids. When he gets a little older, you get him.
Do you
up
remember
here.
the time you tried to talk to my 13-year-old that walked in the room when we were talking?
Yeah, I told him not to listen to his. I told him not to listen to his teachers, and they're all bullshit.
Yeah, and you're like, "Did you know about flat Earth? Don't listen to your teachers."
Mm-hmm. I even offered to tutor your kiddo.
I honestly think you would be really good with. You have worked with children.
Yeah. Do you know for real that I'm like, that's kind of like my thing.
Yeah.
Like I was really good at that, and
I can see it.
Yeah.
I can see that.
I was in a pediatric hospital for years with the kiddos, and it's the one thing I miss about my old life as a professional is being able to be in that role, in that position, and being able to, like, I don't know, there was so many rewarding parts to it, like and even just to know that people had that trust in me, DJM, like I could just like walk into the neonatal intensive care unit and I'd just be able to walk in, and if there was a kiddo I had to do a test on, I would just pick up like the little babies, the preemies, and a couple of them, they would just fit in my hand.
Oh my God.
And just to know that society gave me that trust that I earned.
How hot that is to women.
And
I know, like, women right now, they have to think that's hot.
And it's a part of my life that it's so weird that I'm not there anymore. It's like it seems distant to me, but still present. And it's hard to explain like that, or working with the families and just the way that I was able to just like be involved with them. And you know, how rewarding that experience
Yeah.
was. It's one of the things I miss big time. But
So how do you incorporate flat Earth to these children?
you don't really. It's not even
Yeah.
about flat Earth. Like, I'm at a stage right now, DJM, where I just I saw how fucked up the system was, and I experienced the system, and I realized that in order for me to maintain my prestige and my position, I knew I had to do certain things that were against my morality and my conscience
Yeah.
in so many ways. And I realized that wasn't my path anymore. So I walked away from it. And now I'm on my new path and discovering what that is.
I love your story.
So, you know, it's just kind of like where I am, but there's a part I miss of that. And some of it, if I'm to be honest, it's the power and the authority, like that. There's a power associated with it. Like you said, what I said makes women hot. It's because there's power in it. You see what I mean?
Yeah.
Like when I would walk into the room and like my tag said, you know, Dr. Z, it wasn't Z, but it was doctor in my name. You're right. There's a power into it. And then I come in and I'm the big special guy. And I'm in touch enough with my emotions and my consciousness to realize that there's a draw to that.
Yeah.
There's a hook to that, you know.
All right, you're honest. I like it.
But that's not the part I miss. You know, I miss like the little moments and
With
the
the
things
children.
like that.
I love that about you.
I miss that. I miss that
Yeah.
thing. All right. See, now I'm sad. And now you made me sad.
Okay,
I gotta.
okay. All right.
Let's talk about you again. Don't judge me.
No, I gotta go.
P.S. I really do think you are highly attractive and sexy. Just so my audience knows that I'm not fucking around. Like, I'm gonna be honest. Don't judge me, and I don't want any of the other ladies to take this a certain way. But like, if somebody said, "All right, Z, like it's your birthday, and you get to like handpick one of these ladies out of the metaverse," you're probably at the top of my list right now. I'm just saying.
Oh my god, I could crawl under my desk right now and hide. It's so embarrassing.
She snorted it. I still wait. Sarah, hold on. Sarah, are you still in the back, or are you just not
Oh, I
there?
like Sarah. I saw her in chat.
Yeah, she's another one.
Florida, right? She's in Florida.
Yeah, but she's from near me. Let me ask you a weird thing. Why do you think that I have a high number of female listeners, even though I say women shouldn't vote, women shouldn't make decisions. They basically should have men make, do all the thinking for them.
Yeah.
And I mean it when I say that, but yet there's all these ladies here in Z's show. Can you explain that?
I can't explain it. No, because people have asked me plenty of times, like, why do you support Tommy? Why do you like Tommy? Why do you donate to him? What the fuck is wrong with you?
Well, I've even asked that, Sarah. Like Tommy's like your number one guy. Are you attracted to Tommy just on a physical level? Be honest.
Attracted? I mean,
like on a physical level. Like,
Tommy,
does he kind of like make you feel certain things?
No. Tommy reminds me of my brother-in-law.
Oh, interesting.
You
seem to have an affinity to
crazy,
Tommy.
My brother-in-law, and Tommy's talented, and he's the underdog, and I support him.
I like Tommy too, but I do think he's disturbed in a lot of ways.
You're obsessed with Tommy like I am. So
I am obsessed with Tommy. Well, because I like Tommy. Like
I know.
I even as whack as he fucking is, I would be friends with Tom in real life.
Same.
Because I kind of think he's good-hearted.
Why I like Tommy, I support him because you're just as obsessed.
Well, he's fascinating in a lot of ways, even though we're diametrically opposed in so many things. Like, he thinks I'm insane and stupid because of like my beliefs and the things I understand.
Tommy can't stand me either.
He doesn't hate me. I know Tommy doesn't hate me. No, I know he doesn't. I know Tommy hates some people, but he doesn't hate me. I know he doesn't.
Oh, I know. He kind of
but he's a sweetheart. But I just think he's flawed in a lot of ways. And
flawed.
Like, I think he needs to like straighten up in a few areas of his life. I'll leave it there. I don't want to disparage him, but like, I just think he needs to let's just say you think he needs to clean up his act. Put it
Clean
that
it
way.
up, Tommy. Clean it
Yeah,
up.
Tommy, clean it up, Tom. You got to get on the health train somewhat. I'm not the beacon of health, but all right. I'm cutting this off. I got to end the show. I got to do the news. We went way too long.
I have laundry to do. It was really nice to speak with you, Z. I
Back
figured,
at you.
you know, all the ladies were up. I thought I'd come join them.
Know that I appreciate you. I appreciate that you listen to me, and I appreciate that you're interested in me and you spend time, you know, here on my show. Just know that that doesn't go unnoticed.
Okay, thanks,
by me.
Z. We appreciate you. Okay,
much
good
love.
night. I'm going to finish watching.
Bye. God, what I would do with her. What I would do with her. Okay, Heidi. See, Heidi, don't think I don't see your comments all through my show. I still see your comments, Heidi. You don't have to be jealous because all these ladies came up here. You've done pretty well, Divine Spark. Yeti Life's just laughing. It's okay, Heidi. You've learned how to handle all these other ladies that are apparently in my life now. You're doing well with it. Much love, everybody. Let me get on to the news. Where's the music? It's too much. It's Friday. I was contemplating not doing the Friday shows, but now I realize I have to do them. I just have to keep coming on here and doing my show. I just have to do it. It's not even about me or the show at this point. It's just something that needs to be done. Call me a glutton for punishment. Call me a lot of things. I need to tighten up my YouTube. What I really need is like, I need to update some of my processes here. My computer's a little slow. I tried cleaning it up in the background, but I think it's as good as it's going to get. And the main thing I need to do is figure out a way to get these ads off of YouTube because they're really fucking me up now. Because everything I do is on playlists. I have my intro songs. I have the interlude songs like the Nathan and the Lucky songs. Then I have everybody's theme music. I have the segment music like for the news and my opening. And then I have my presentation topics. It's, you know, then you throw these commercials in there, it's just messing the whole thing up. But I'm going to do the news because I said to myself, I'm always going to do the news no matter how long the show goes. So everybody, let's get down to it. All right. Yeah, no, they're just overboard with the commercials now. So I'm going to have to do something about this. My apologies to the audience. This is not professional, but I am going to have to deal with these commercials because they don't even let you skip through them now half the time. It's time for news. In tonight's top story. Yeah, Tarek. He said, don't judge me. He can't even do the news. Z thinking about you. Tarek, that's not even a joke. Like, I'm actually into her. She knows it too. I think she could tell. I got to clean it up, though. I got to clean my whole act up here. I got Clint. I got Harmon. They're telling me I need to clean it up with the ladies. I'm going to really have to think about, like, my life after tonight. I'm going to really have to think about it. All right, yeah, let's do the news. In tonight's top story, how Republicans and Democrats responded to Biden's State of the Union and Senator Kate Britt's GOP rebuttal. The reviews are in for President Biden's State of the Union address and Senator Katie Britt's official Republican rebuttal. Here's a roundup of notable reactions to each from both Republicans and Democrats. Apparently, Biden was heckled by several Republican members of Congress, most notably Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene, the Republican provocateur from Georgia. Blah, blah, blah. What a joke. Hey, guys, in case you haven't noticed, I'm over, like, pretty much everything when it comes to this whole world, this society. I've reached a level where I'm like, oh, fuck. Like, it's all just like a fake big show. They tricked us. They presented us a reality that's not real for ever. And, like, unfortunately, I'm like one of these people where I'm not going to go along with it. I forget where I was, like a couple of weeks ago. Somebody tried to engage me in like a political conversation, and they were going off about Trump and how Trump's great and stuff. I couldn't even pretend. I think I just walked away and didn't even say anything and just left. I'm such a turd. I don't fucking care anymore. I really don't. It's a clown show. Biden's a moron. Everybody, look, hey, if you vote, I'm not going to go so far as to call you a moron if you vote, but if you think that politics is real, you're fucking moron. You're an idiot. Even if you're a normie and you're still buying into this, like, I don't expect everybody to think like, oh yeah, the earth's flat and, there's something called the Mandela effect. I don't expect that from people. But if you're walking around thinking that like politics is real, just stop with it already. Everybody just stop it. Get over yourselves. It's such a goof. What a clown world. How did they actually fucking perpetrate this clown world on everybody? Unfucking real. In other news, astronomers detect water world with a boiling ocean in deep space. Astronomers have observed a distant planet that could be entirely covered in deep water ocean, in findings that advance the search for habitable conditions beyond Earth. The observations by NASA's James Webb Space Telescope revealed water vapor and chemical signatures of methane and carbon dioxide in the atmosphere of the exoplanet, which is twice Earth's radius, about 70 light years away. Are they even presenting this in the news? The chemical mix is consistent with a water world where the ocean would span the entire surface and a hydrogen-rich atmosphere, according to researchers from the University of Cambridge, although they did not envision a balmy, inviting seascape. Are you kidding me? Distant planets, habitable conditions, 70 light years away from a telescope. From a telescope? Are you kidding me? A place that I can't see or you can't see, but guess who can see it? The James Webb Telescope. 1 million miles from Earth. Do you know they say the James Webb Telescope is 1 million miles from Earth? 1 million. We have a telescope 1 million miles and it just sits there and it's looking at distant planets. Stop it. What am I going to do? Am I just going to do this every every day, the rest of my life, just come online and just tell people that space is fake? Maybe that's what I just need to do. That's probably why I want to go out in public and do this, because yeah, I can come here and just keep doing this to like the same people over and over again. A few people come in. I'm going to have to go in public and do this because it's not original here anymore. Maybe that's my lot in life, is to tell people this. Somebody's got to do it. Okay, maybe I'm wrong. I'm willing. Okay, guys, here's the thing. I'm willing to entertain the possibility that I'm wrong about this whole fucking NASA thing, that we do live on a globe, that there is a telescope a million miles away looking at exoplanets. But deep down inside, I know I'm not. I just know it. I know this is a huge lie. I'm passionate about this. I can't believe they're just going to continue to present these stories to people over and over again about the James Webb Telescope observing exoplanets 70 light years away. That's crazy. 70 light years. You know what that means, guys? It means that it takes light 70 years to travel that distance. We're talking about billions, if not trillions and quadrillions of miles. It's insane. Stop it. Stop. This isn't real. I'm going to just have to go in the streets and talk about it. I'm just going to have to do it. I know my hardcore my listeners, will the public accept Z? No, they won't. Though. They're not going to accept me. Don't judge me. But that's fine. I don't expect them to accept me. I just need to do this. I just need to. Plus, it'll be good content. They won't accept me. It's just cuckoo. Like Jay said, isn't there supposed to be an asteroid belt and all kinds of shit in the way? Stop. It's too much. I can't even handle it anymore. From CNN, at least 5 killed after air-dropped aid falls on them in Gaza. Now, you got to be kidding me. At least 5 people were killed and 10 others injured when air-dropped aid packages fell on them in the Al-Shanti camp west of Gaza City, according to a journalist. Oh, my God. Kandar al-Zanan told CNN he witnessed the air packages falling from planes over the camp on Friday, but cannot confirm which nation was behind the airdrop. So now these nations are coming in to drop aid for people, like food and stuff, and that's killing them. Unbelievable. See, I'm not auto-hoaxing the whole Gaza, Israel thing. I know there's nefarious forces behind the whole thing, but when these things happen, I actually believe people die with this stuff. It's just absurd. We've reached official clown world. I'm glad I presented that clown presentation earlier because it's exactly what this world is. It's a farce, a charade, a circus, a goofy, weird, creepy clown circus. This is what it is. Hey, don't judge me. Teach your kids about this world for real. Teach them about the real world. Teach them what this fucking place is. Tell them their teachers are lying to them. The textbooks are lying to them. And DJM, don't be sending these boys to college. Don't do it. It's bad. Only if you have the means and, they want to do the college experience, which is basically get drunk and maybe get laid, maybe. Other than that, don't waste your money. Don't let them waste their money. It's goofy. All right, folks, I could keep going, but this show went way too long. Axel says, Z, quit trying to find life in a graveyard. Well, I don't know the reference exactly, but I think I know what you mean. If you mean this culture, you're probably right, Mr. Ratblood. You're most likely right. Tariq says Z's going to fight over you against Tommy. Much love, everybody. We're going to end it. It's been a good week. I'm going to really contemplate if I'm going to keep the Friday shows up. I think I am. But I'm going to think about it. Right now, my instinct is telling me to, yes, keep doing 5 days a week. But because you guys have to, like, I actually prep for the shows. Like, I don't just hit a button and come on here. So, but I'll probably keep the Friday shows, even though I'm usually exhausted by the time Friday hits. But that might change. Jay says, Z, if you think about it, you're the top flat earther. Just saying, homie. Much love till next time. Jay, between me and you and anybody who wants to just maybe take this out of context, I'll just say I don't disagree with you, Jay. I'm not going to disagree with that at this point. Jay, that's one of the reasons why I come on here and do this, because I think I have a particular perspective. And I'm glad you said that, Jay, because you actually just you said the right thing that I needed to hear at the time, because I think I have a way to talk to people and a way to present information that's different and that may be able to get across to people. So I appreciate you said that, Jay, and it means a lot to me. So thank you. All right, guys. Mr. One the One says, prep? Really? Oh, Mr. One the One, don't get me started on your content. I just see a bunch of like hands and palms. I'm like, Mr. One the One. So this guy, you see, Mr. One the One, his whole content is like palm reading and stuff when he's not uploading videos on cats. Dude, do you put like ink on your hand? Why does your hand look like red or fucking crimson, dude? Like, do you put like a special like chalk on your hand, dude? I want to know. I want to know, Mr. One the One. What's your whole thing, bro? With your hand videos. Maybe you'll let me know like what the method is. Do you like dip it in like an ink blotch? He said, no, try again. I don't know. Maybe you'll tell me someday. Whatever your mystical secret is behind your palm reading. If I sent you like a picture of my palm, dude, would you read my palm? That's enough. Show's over. Much love, everybody. We'll do it again next week. Have a wonderful weekend. And as always, take care of yourselves.